description of the biblical text, I want us to look briefly or a general description of the contents of the text, the centuries it covers, the genres it represents, and then if we have time, hopefully we do, a word or two on the methods that biblical scholars try to figure out both what it meant, that is what the text meant, let me mute here, in its original context, and what it means according to contemporary forms of interpretations. So what the text may mean in its original context may not be the same in its contemporary form. You put it in contemporary or modern day Los Angeles, and it may mean something different. People interpret text like that. Okay. The biblical material that we have spans from the creation of the world in Genesis 1 up to what happened to the Judean community in the wake of Alexander the Great. We've already talked about Alexander the Great. We already know what happened after his death, when he comes on the scene, what happened after his death, and how that played into the history of the Judean people. So we're looking at everything from creation on down, and it's a remarkable and incredible amount of material. It's a lot of material, and studying it takes a lifetime, or it can take a lifetime. One thing we should know about the Genesis record is that the Bible is not concerned about dating the creation of the world. The text is not concerned about that. The initial chapters of Genesis are not concerned with history per se or telling us how evolution occurred. The text is not concerned about that. The text doesn't care about that. So at the beginning of Genesis 1, from chapter 1 to Genesis chapters 11, what we have is what we call cosmological myths or myths of origin. And in this genre, cosmological myths or myths of origin, we are trying to answer questions about how did the world get started? Why are we here? Who is the God who created the world? And what are we supposed to be doing with our lives? This material is what is called primeval history, or what we call in our text Genesis. We mentioned some of this last week. So, from the story of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Noah's Ark, Tower of Babel. These are cosmological myths, myths of origin. We cannot ask historical questions when it comes to these chapters, because they're not dealing with history. Myth doesn't mean something is false, or myth doesn't mean that, yes, I think I worded it correctly. Yeah. Myth doesn't mean something is false. Myth means stating basic philosophical truths via narrative, story, and poetry. Stating basic philosophical truths via stories, narratives, poetry. So these creation myths are not meant as accounts of how the world came to be. They are meant as statements about the nature of the present universe. So this is what you're looking at. The structure, this is the context. This is how you can put Genesis chapters 1 to 11. Myths of origin. And the myths in the history of Israel are not written in a vacuum. They're usually written in dialogue and sometimes in competition, like we saw last week, with other literatures in the ancient Near East. So we saw last week that sometimes it's written in dialogue or competition with Babylonian stories, Syrian stories, Egyptian stories, and later on in the text, Greek stories. So the first category or the first group or the first genre that we meet when we open our text is that of myth. Once we complete the mythological materials, we move into stories of some of the cultural heroes that we find in Genesis. People such as Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. When you come to Exodus, you have Moshe. Then you move on, you get Samuel. These are what I call cultural heroes. It is from this point, usually when Abraham gets on the scene actively, that one can ask historical questions, which then also comes with it historical problems. Some of the historical problems or questions that we can pose are these real people? Is Abraham a historical figure? Does the Bible record what actually happened? These are historical questions, and we can start asking those questions from Abraham. We can ask questions like, did the walls really fall down when Joshua blew the trumpet at Jericho? Did Moshe really stand up on a mountain and get a law of some sort? Were there really Israelites enslaved in Egypt? These are questions that we ask when we get to the historical part of the book. And I must say this, that we have to do history very cautiously here when it comes to the biblical text, because the vast majority of this early material, let me repeat that, I'm choosing my words carefully. I didn't say all, but the vast majority of this early material has no ancient Near Eastern literary or archaeological support. It's not there. So when we are doing the history, when we are asking the historical questions, one needs to be very cautious because of this fact. Now we ask, or we can ask, who is telling these stories and to what effect? Are they real stories? Are they legends? Are they a combination? And why would ancient Israel tell these particular stories? So these are questions that arise when you get to the cultural heroes who we argue are historical figures. The text continues past these cultural heroes into laws, legal text. We get to the book of Exodus, the book of Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Together, these four books, together with the book of Genesis, I've made it small for a reason, but together with this book of Genesis, so we have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Together with the book of Genesis, this four with the book of Genesis, comprise what we call Pentateuch. And this is Greek for the 5 scrolls. Penta and Tuchus. Penta means 5, Tuchus means scrolls. So when we say Pentateuch, we're saying the 5 scrolls. And these are legal texts. It's sometimes called the Book of Moses. And this Pentateuch is replete with legal material. When we move on from this legal materials, we come to the prophetic literature. Normally today, when we think about prophets, we think about people who predict the future, like Nostradamus. Not the singer, not the rapper, the real one. Or sometimes those who do the horoscope in the newspapers or the magazines or online, we think of these as what biblical prophets are. I was actually going to talk about biblical prophets, prophecy, and how they achieved prophecy, and then we changed to this topic. So maybe next week we can do that, the prophets. But contrary, so we think of biblical prophets as those who predict or predictors of the far-flung future. But to the contrary, to the contrary, they are actually astute political and social critics who tell the people, and often the king or the head of the cult, which is the priest, if you continue to behave in the way that you are behaving, bad things will happen. This is a prophet. The job description of the prophet is not to tell the future. He happens to tell the future. But he's a political person. He's a political figure. He's a social critic. And he tells the people, he tells the king, he tells the head of the cult, which is the priest, he tells the people that if they don't sit up, bad things will happen. And most of the time, you don't need divine intuition. You don't need the Ruach speaking to you. You don't need Yah appearing to you face to face to be able to foresee that. So most of the time, when a prophet is saying that there's going to be calamity, they're not getting it from that says Yah. You can look at it and see that trouble is on the horizon if people don't sit up, if people treat people how they treat them. So one can normally tell if society continues on a certain road, disaster will happen. Okay. So prophets are much more than predictors. And they are more of a political figure. We'll get into them next week. What they do for people to hear them. You see, in the ancient world, or even today, you cannot just set up a pulpit, call yourself a prophet, stand on it, and warn people. You have to do it in a certain way to draw the attention. So these prophets were, I call them fantastic poets, who use arresting images and exquisite phrasing, attractive phrasing, in order to get their message across. These are I call them prophetic poets. So this is what we get after we move away from the legal materials, we come to prophetic literature. We also have a genre known as wisdom literature after we move away from the prophetic literature. This explains how to conduct business in the marketplace or among the upper class. That's the wisdom literature. Now you move from the wisdom literature, you come to books of the canon that I will call novellas, short stories like Ruth, Jonah, Esther. And most of these, they explore in entertaining ways how Israel is to relate to its neighbors. Pretty much the book of Ruth, Jonah, etc. We move from that and we end with apocalyptic visions, like we see in the end of the book of Daniel. And this answers questions like, when does righteousness ever show up? Who was Messiah? And when can we tell that he's arrived? What happens at the end of time? Is there resurrection of the dead? Does Yah make everything good again? And if so, how and when? So this is what you look at when you pick up the Tanakh. You have the myth, you have the cultural heroes, you have the legal materials, you have the prophetic literature, you have the wisdom literature, you have the novella, which are the short stories, and then it ends with the apocalypse, which are the visions. Throughout, when we look throughout Tanakh, we encounter storytellers, lawmakers, bureaucrats, priests and prophets, scribes, and visionaries. And they all wrote for different audiences in different times using different literary genres. It's important. When you take the legal materials, you cannot read them as if you're reading the myth in Genesis 1 to 11. If you do that, you're going to misunderstand the communication. You cannot apply the same rules for the wisdom literature for the apocalypse. You cannot. You cannot take the prophetic literature and read it as novella. So these storytellers, the lawmakers, the bureaucrats, the priests, the prophets, the scribes, the visionaries, they all wrote for different audiences. When the book of Daniel was written, it was written for a specific audience. We have to put ourselves in the context of that specific audience to be able to understand what the text is communicating. You cannot take the book of Daniel, put it in 21st century Las Vegas, and try to understand it on its terms. You are not going to understand the communication, and you're going to make things up. One thing too to note, these storytellers, lawmakers, bureaucrats, priests, prophets, scribes, visionaries, they don't always agree with each other, and we are not, or we may not, we are not supposed to also agree with them either. And that's part of the glory of this text. We have done that for almost 5 years. When we did the stories of the patriarchs, we all disagreed with some of their actions. We were disgusted with some of their actions. We clapped for them when it came to some of their actions. And that is how you should study the text. You don't always have to agree with what the text is saying, because some of the things that happen, there's nothing to write home about. You should protest. Because the people who even wrote the text, they always did not agree with each other. So it is good, it's a must that you remove your religious ideas. You get freed from what religion has told you and read the text carefully with our brains, with our intuitions, and like my slogan, challenge the text. It did not drop from heaven. Humans like yourself wrote it. They had their agendas. We have to pick out the agendas and call them out if the agenda is not necessarily anything to write home about. We must do that. It's important we do that. Our children that are coming, they're not going to buy your Bible stories. They are not. This thing has to make sense. They are thinkers. They are smarter than we are. And they're going to be asking these difficult questions.
And Basil, thank you so much for this, for saying that, because I think that's where I think I was coming from when I was looking at the curses thing. It was like, well, there's a blessing that's attached to it, and has that been fulfilled in the context of Torah? Has that been fulfilled even when we was following these things? Is it in context? How does that fit? So if there's an example of all these things fitting, then I could understand why the curse would have fitted. So it just didn't quite make sense to me. Something just didn't feel quite right about it. And I think you saying that makes a lot of sense, because a lot of times I used to read the Torah, and it just didn't, like, there's just certain things in there that just didn't quite add up. You know, there's certain things, and you can see even Yah himself, there's things that you would think that he'd step in and say something about. that he'd be silent on, and there's things that you think he'd be silent on and he'd say something about. It was it's this constant thing all the time in the Torah.
Yep. That is why we have to. I know people in this class have come to the place of comfort to question the text. And I'm glad we've made that leap because it is important. I mean, if you know the background of this text, no one would tell you to question. When somebody writes, when you read the prophetic literature and someone says, thou says Yah, doesn't mean that is Yah saying it. No. We'll see that next week. How prophets usually get their messages. So it's critical. We must appreciate the diversity of all this material. We also have to have a multifaceted approach when studying the text. It didn't drop from heaven. You can use it as religious data, no problem. It's not frowned upon. But biblical studies has to be done right. And I support the idea of also doing it from the academic perspective. I would put that first before taking it into the religious realm of sphere. I must say this, moving on, that biblical studies ought not to provide a negative to one's religious faith. If one comes to this material from a faith perspective, ideally, the academic study of the Bible should enhance one's faith rather than destroy it. If one wants to believe that the Bible is divinely inspired, this is what I'm saying, then I think it behooves that person, or it behooves that person to know as much as possible about when it was written, where it was written, and to whom it was written. You believe the Bible dropped from heaven, no problem. But if Yah decided to inspire this text, it makes a difference that it was inspired to ancient Israel rather than modern Israel. I'll repeat that. Regardless of what you believe about the text, maybe it dropped from heaven. Yah brought it and put it in Moshe's pocket. No problem. It matters that kind of inspiration that you believe in, it matters that it was inspired to ancient Israel and not to modern Israel. It matters that it was inspired to ancient Israel or not to the ancient Greeks. Or modern day Sudan. Because putting it in the context of the ancient Israelites would inform you how the text was inspired or is inspired or gets that inspiration status. It's important. So you should not lose your religious faith. When it comes to religion, you believe, people can believe anything that they want. But you should know, there's no word for religion in the Hebrew. In our text, we don't have the concept of religion that you have today. It's not there. Because it's not a religious book. You can use it for that. It's all on you. Any questions to this background?
Yeah, Rabbi, I have a question
Or comment? Yes,
a
go ahead.
comment about what you just said. I think a lot of times people do lose their faith when they find out that what they've been taught is not what the book is actually saying. So, for example, like people are made to believe that Moses parted the Red Sea, and they have that image in their mind of the movie of Moses parting the Red Sea, and this big sea is parting, and people are walking through it. But then when you come to the text and you read, it's the Sea of Reeds, and it's more so talking of like a swamp. It's it's a major difference because you think Moses is out here parting seas, and the reality is it's probably just some marshland canal that they're walking through. So when you come into the truth of the text, it kind of it breaks that heroic ideology that you had because that's what people teach. And another thing is this too, like when you was talking about like thus saith the Lord, we use that all the time and God don't even be speaking today.
Mhm.
What I mean by that is we always throw God name on something and he don't have nothing to do with it. So what makes us think that if we do that today that they didn't do that in ancient times just to get somebody's attention?
Correct.
And that's the thing. It's like when you look at the text, what the text says versus what history says becomes incompatible at times. And it's just the way that we're taught. We're taught to believe in this religious way, and the text doesn't read that way. Like for Cyrus, for example, when you read what they wrote about Cyrus, you think God is speaking to him, right? Like you think this is my Mashiach, he's gonna do this. So you think God is talking to him. When Cyrus writes about God, he doesn't even have a personal conversation about him. He just says, look, I'm trying to get favor with these other people's deities. It doesn't even coincide what we have in our text. But when you come to it, you got to understand that what we write about our history is not going to be the same as what somebody else is writing in their context. And that's the problem. We think that what is written in the Bible is absolutely true and it happened the way that they wrote it in the Bible. Not understanding that, you know, if it's hard to say this, but if you black and you grew up like in a hood, you know when people is gassing stories, like it, because that's what they do. Like, yo, let me tell you what happened. And the reality is some of it's true, but they added some extra in there, so the story seems a little bit more hype. And that's what you have when you come to the text. But you got to be comfortable with that, and most people are not comfortable with that because they're afraid of going to hell.
Oh boy, hell. Oh, yes. Very accurate what Mr. Jasons has said. And I think I would blame all of us, all the teachers. I would blame the pastors and everyone involved in or who's been involved in teaching this text. I think we haven't done a great job. Those that make movies, Egypt, David and Bathsheba, Joseph, what's the name of Joshua, we also blame them because almost all these movies are not accurate. They are not. And we bring what we saw, like Mr. Jason said, on the TV screen, in the movie theaters, into the book. And it's not like that at all. I give you this classic example I always use and then move on. You read in the book of Joshua how Joshua and the Israelites conquered these territories. It's presented very big. They conquered here, Joshua was successful. Huge story. Most people don't read the book of Judges. Most people haven't read it. When you turn over to the book of Judges, it starts, oh, okay. Now, Joshua was successful, but he didn't conquer this place, he didn't conquer this place, he didn't conquer this place, he didn't conquer this place. And the picture that you get becomes different. So, for example, the text says Joshua conquered the United States. And then you're excited. Oh, wow, that's a great conquest. Okay. Where did he conquer? Oh, he conquered the United States, but he did not conquer New York. He didn't conquer Florida. He didn't conquer Atlanta. He didn't conquer Texas. He didn't conquer California. And you're like, heck, so where did he conquer? I mean, the big cities that you would think that you take over was not taken over. So the book of Judges tells you plainly. So now you go back to the book of Joshua and look at it. It's like, okay, wait a second. Where did we conquer? The issue is you haven't taken time to research these places that we conquered. How big were they? How small were they? The main places that, the huge territories were not taken. So was Joshua that great military giant that he's painted on the pulpit from the church, in my Bible story books, and in the movies? You see the issue? We don't study the text. We haven't studied the text. Most of our teachers most of our teachers haven't studied the text from the academic perspective, archaeological, historical. And that is what we have to start doing, presenting the text as it's supposed to be presented, because we bear a responsibility to pass down this information to the next generation the right way. Otherwise, when they find out, like Mr. Jason said, you have an issue where they run away from the book because they can't relate to say it doesn't make any sense.
Brother Basil,
Madam Cynthia.
like, I get what you're saying and everything, but there is also like, I think there's an emotional side to religion, and I understand what Jason's
Correct.
also saying.
Correct,
But
there is.
there's also an emotional side to it where, especially within our community, that there is a need for something stable, something consistent, something that manages our conduct, our behavior, something,
Yes.
a club or whatever you may call it. And I think that's where some of this stuff comes from, because within our community, there's so much inconsistency at times. And, it's like, where is this, the bar? Where's the benchmark to say, no, we don't want you doing this? But why?
Mm-hmm.
Who said so?
Correct.
You know what I mean? It's like,
yes.
It's like what they said to, who made you, prophet and king kind of thing. Just tell us anything.
Yes.
You know how we roll, Brother Basil. That's how we roll. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so when we don't have these sort of this standard, we look at the Tanakh, the Torah, as the standard to help us navigate through the things that we would be quibbling and arguing about.
Yes.
And there's also another emotional side, which is the fact that we want a connection to Yah.
Correct.
We desperately want a connection. When I read the Psalms and David says, as a deer pants for water and stuff like that, sometimes I get emotional and I get tearful. There's a desire there. And so these things are all part of the whole thing. So it's not, I hope I'm making sense, guys, but there is like, I think there's different aspects of it that feeds into itself. And also, but when you read, Yah says he wants us to seek him and find him. So what does that really mean then?
Correct.
You know?
Correct.
Madam Cynthia, I think the issue is, well, not issue, but it's okay to believe that. The problem that I have is when we teach it as if it's real. That's the issue. So, like, it's okay to believe that Joshua was this great conqueror. But historically, when you go look at it, you see that these territories that were conquered were very small places. He wasn't conquering the whole. As a matter of fact, you don't see this whole idea of Israel being a super power or super state, as you would say, until Solomon times. Even David was fighting and running from people and trying to take over territories. The issue is that when we look at the text and we don't actually include the historical data with it, it becomes problematic because we teach the text like in a vacuum during these times and everything like that. We teach it as if like, yo, David was the greatest king in Israel, but the Torah tells us Hezekiah was. You know what I mean? Why? It's just the way that it's told. Like, people just don't want to say, you know what? I don't know this. We don't even know if this occurred. But this is what our writers have wrote about this situation. And I think the problem is when we confront our strong history versus what's actually taking place in the real world, it becomes very, very, very problematic. And I think that's what the issue is.
And not only that, you got to remember that Israel they didn't even have swords. I think David had a sword, and that was from Goliath. And I think Saul and his son had a sword. But the other Israelites didn't have a sword. They was fighting with, architectural tools.
Correct. When you the book of Samuel, when the Philistines, they had to go to the Philistines to even sharpen their swords. Correct. With NSJ.
Also, too, NSJ, the thing that's crazy, right? When you look at the text, it talks about Israel having this huge army, thousands of soldiers, and then a generation after Solomon is gone, they get overtaken by some little town 4 roads away. But you're supposed to have this huge army and everything. Like, the thing is, history, what the text says and what history says sometimes doesn't match. And the thing is, this is what we do. We allow our faith to overthrow history. That's what we do. Like, we'll be like, oh, I believe it because the Bible says it. But they have historical proof that this didn't occur. So what you're telling me is that what they're saying is wrong, but what you're saying is correct. It's just fascinating how we won't yield. Because, the God of the Bible doesn't need to be believed as a myth. Like, he doesn't need superhero stories. He is. I am he who exists, period.
Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move on. So we see the academic study of the text is important. It should enhance our faith. When you find out that Joshua is not that big military guy that you thought he was, it should not cause you to not believe in the text. It should cause you to put the text in its correct perspective. I was going to say something, but I don't have to say it because bring something else. So let's move on. So you've seen this. You've seen the structure of the text. You've seen the genres. You've seen that you cannot approach one genre the same way as you approach the other one. Who wrote it? When it was written? Why it was written? All affect the understanding of the text. I'm building up to Deuteronomy 28. In the mid-1900s, a German scholar, Martin Noth, made a suggestion, which I agree with, which majority of scholars agree with. What did he say? He suggested that the Tanakh, from the books of Joshua through the books of 2nd Kings, should be read as a single unit. So that will cover Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings. One book or one series of books. And he coined the phrase that is used in academia, Deuteronomistic history, for this collection. When you hear it being said, when you run into somebody who is not religious and the person is approaching the text like we are doing now, scholarly, and they talk about the Deuteronomistic history, they are talking about the collection from Joshua to 2nd Kings. Note says that this should be read as a single unit. We cannot just take his word for it. We have to find out, what is the evidence? Well, linguistically, there are a lot of commonalities in this collection, Joshua to 2nd Kings. One coherent plot runs from start to finish, Joshua to the end of 2nd Kings. Some prayers are repeated, and there are two overlapping chronologies that work only if we consider them as a whole. It's not the focus of today's class. We can get there and I can explain into details. There are certain words and phrases that reoccur over and over again. Phrases such as, and you can see it until this day. Let me pause there. When you read maybe Deuteronomy, and you read, you can see it until this day, that this day, is it referring to today, right now? If I read it and say till this day, is it referring to 2021? I hope you don't think so. If I should ask you, when is it referring to? Your answer should be the time of Hezekiah or Josiah specifically. There's a reason why. It's the time of Josiah. We'll look at that. So when we look at this evidence, linguistic, coherent plot, prayers that are repeated, the overlapping chronologies, the use of certain words and phrases, we can conclude with certainty that this collection from Joshua to Kings was written by the same people with the same underlying theology. The first person to come up with the theory is Martin Note. Deuteronomistic history. You notice is made up of two words. The term Deuteronomistic history consists of two parts. Deuteronomistic and then history. Let's start with the history part. When we say history, the author wanted to present a comprehensive history of the people of Israel once they were in the promised land. So what does he do? He assembled and edited annals of kings lists, as well as some inscriptions, chronicles from the Jerusalem temple, and biographies of the prophets. This is how this collection is history. But what the editors, authors, updaters, reformers, what they did was they molded what they wrote according to their own theology. It's important. And their theology was the theology of Deuteronomy. So, his history is Deuteronomy-like. Deuteronomy-like. It fits the theology of Deuteronomy. That is why it is called Deuteronomistic history. So now we have to understand the theology of Deuteronomy. We started last week. Are you following me to this point? I hope so. Let's get to the structure of Deuteronomy. We have 4 speeches when you take the book of Deuteronomy. Speech number 1 is chapter 1 to chapters 4, verses 43. Remember, there were no chapter breaks in the original texts. It's an invention. So based on the chapter breaks that has been introduced into the text, the first speech is from chapter 1 to chapters 4, verses 43. The second speech is chapters 4, verses 44 to chapters 28, verses 6. I know you have to go back to the PowerPoint video, sit down, and then follow, do your notes. No problem. It's going to be available to you. We have the third speech, chapters 29 to chapters 30. And then we have miscellaneous appendices, chapters 31 to chapters 34. So I call it 4 speeches. But technically, you have 3 speeches and then you have the appendices. Okay. Please follow me. When we take the first speech, chapters 1 to chapters 4, verses 3, it's an introduction that gives us the location where the Israelites are and Moshe's first sermon. When the law is given in the book of Exodus, we were standing at Horeb at Sinai. In the book of Deuteronomy, when the law is given, we're standing at Moab, the plains of Moab. The location is different. Okay. Moses, in this sermon, is given a historical review. And the purpose of this historical review is moralistic. He wants the Israelites to learn something, to infer something from this review of this history from Sinai to the present day. And in that review, as he retells the story, we see his selective choice of events. We see how he describes things in a way that underscores Yah's faithful, loyal fulfillment of the covenantal promise. And he's using this to urge the Israelites to do their part by obeying Yah's laws. So, Yah has been faithful. There's a covenant. There's supposed to be loyalty. Yah has done his part. He's going to do his part. You do your part as well. This is the first speech, a summary of it. When you get time, read the whole book of Deuteronomy. We move on to the second speech. The second speech, chapters 4 verses 43 to chapter 28 verses 6, contains a bit of a historical review. Again, retelling some of the narrative of the earlier books of the Torah. But then, this is the critical part. You don't want to miss this part. But then we have a central section of laws being presented, beginning at about chapters 12 to 26. So let me explain this because sometimes it's confusing. So this is still part of Moshe's second speech. He's given his second speech. But in the second speech, stretching from Deuteronomy 12 through 26, we have laws. And this is in many ways a repetition of much of the revealed legislation that we already know from Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus. Now, Deuteronomy chapters 12 to 26, this central portion of laws that we see in Deuteronomy 12 through 26 is thought to be the earliest core of the book. When the book of Deuteronomy is written, it was 12 to 26. That is the core of the book, the earliest core of the book. It is important to understand this, to understand where we're going. I repeat that. The earliest core, the central core of the book of Deuteronomy is chapters 12 to 26. It did not have chapters 1 to 11. It did not have chapters 27 to 30 something. This is the core. When it says they found the book of Deuteronomy and brought it to Josiah and it was read, this is the core. 12 to 26, as we have it with our chapters. Put that in your spirit. Don't forget it, because we're going to ask questions. How 28 became to be added. 13 verses 1, how it came to be added. How the others, the appendices, how it came to be added. Okay, we're still on chapters 4 verses 44 to chapters 28 verses 6. So this is the first thing that you should note. In chapters 27, we have a covenant renewal ceremony. We're still on the second speech. It takes place on the mountain near Shechem after the Israelites have crossed the Jordan. What they did, the ceremony that Israel did after they crossed the Jordan, is something that in the ancient world settlers would do when they colonize a place. They would perform certain ceremonies that would be accompanied by blessings and accompanied by curses. They would write the laws on stone pillars, these blessings and curses. They would erect an altar for sacrifices. They would proclaim blessings and curses for those who obey and disobey. It's very similar to what happens in chapters 27. So they are doing something that was done in their time. Notice I've put there holy war. When a territory is taken because it was instigated by a divine order, it is holy war. The Israelites are given directions on how to perform holy wars. I won't get in trouble with on YouTube, right? For talking about holy wars. I hope so. I hope I don't. But in our text, we have holy wars, and our text tells us how you know a certain conquest is a holy war. Let's step aside and look at it. So, holy wars is not like regular war. There are specific laws, injunctions that the Bible lays down to tell people how to engage in a battle being fought on Yah's behalf. For example, you always bring the troops into battle. A priest will be there. Often the Israelites will bring the holy ark into battle with them. Officers are required to discharge certain people. For example, we read in the text, if a man has just built a new home but hasn't had much occasion to live in, you should let him go. He shouldn't go to battle. If he has just planted a vineyard but he has not enjoyed the fruits, literally fruits of his labor, you shouldn't let him go to war. This is the instructions for holy war. If he has just become engaged but hasn't gotten married, he's engaged but hasn't been with a woman to start a family, you should not let them go to war. You send them back. Ordinances are then made against uncontrolled destruction. So, for example, the first initiative is that the rulers should be offered terms of surrender. You cannot just go and conquer them. You can say, okay, hey, Mr. Jason, we are at your doorstep. We're going to conquer you. Surrender. If he doesn't, now you can go in. Usually, they do. So we're going to come take over your land. Do you agree? And if they agree, then that's fine. We wind up with slaves. But if they don't, one can engage in war. But at least there is a possibility of a treaty. If surrender is denied, all adult males are to be killed. This is holy war in our text. Trees are not to be cut down. If a woman is taken captive, she is to be allowed 1 month to mourn her dead family members. So this is supposed to prohibit rape. She may then become the soldier's wife. But if he doesn't decide, or if he decides he does not like her, he is not permitted to sell her off as a slave or even treat her as a slave. If he takes a woman captive and she becomes his wife, she is legally his wife. She is not some sort of second-hand or second-order product. No. So these are the rules for holy war in our context. Soldiers are required to be ritually pure in the same manner that they were ritually pure when they stood at Mount Sinai, which means that they cannot engage in sexual intercourse. That would bring the David and Bathsheba narrative into mind here. Why are you asking the man to go home, lay with his wife, when they are in battle, they are fighting, holy war? He's not supposed to do that. So, this is what holy war is. That is why I state that in chapters 27, we have a covenant, a renewal ceremony. And what is happening is because they've engaged, or they're going to be engaged in a holy war. They've come to a territory, they've colonized the territory, and they're doing the same thing that their neighbors would have done or did when they conquered territories. Okay, that is chapters 27. We're still in the second speech. Now we come to chapters 28, which lists the material rewards that would come on Israel if she is faithful to Yah's law, and the punishments if she should disobey. And some of these are very creative. But the importance of the Deuteronomist and his view of history is that Israel's fate is totally conditioned on her obedience to the covenant. This is the view of the this word, Deuteronomist. My tongue. But this is their view. Okay, now we come to the third speech, chapters 29 to chapters 30. This speech emphasizes the degree to which evil fortune is the responsibility of the community. Moses enumerates additional misfortunes and sufferings that will befall Israel if she sins. But he emphasizes the choice is Israel's. Yah has been clear regarding what's required. And it's not beyond Israel's reach to attain life and prosperity. She needs to only choose. And this is all set out in a speech in chapters 30. And then we come to the appendices, what I call the fourth speech. The last section of the book, chapters 31 to 34, is a sort of appendices. There's some ancient poetry that's found in chapters 32, which is referred to as the Song of Moshe. Scholars refer to it as that, the Song of Moshe. We have the blessings of Moshe recorded in chapters 33, and then chapters 34 is the story of Moshe's death. So this is what you have in the book of Deuteronomy. Let's read Deuteronomy 1. These are the words which Moshe spoke to all Israel on that side of the Jordan in the desert, in the plain opposite the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel and Lavan and Hazrol and Di Zahav. Who is not writing this? Is a question.
Moses is not writing this.
Moses is not writing this. Moses is not writing this. Okay. Remember what we said about the core of Deuteronomy, what we call the scroll of the Torah, is from chapters 12 to 26. Let's look at this diagram. The original core of Deuteronomy emerged in the 8th century. Some scholars say 7th. It doesn't matter. 8th, 7th. That's not my focus. It was probably a scroll of laws known as the book or the scroll of the Torah, as we see that Deuteronomy refers to itself as such. Eventually, these laws were put into the framework of a speech by Moshe. I repeat that. This is the core, which deals with mostly laws. Eventually, these laws were put into the framework of a speech by Moshe, maybe chapters 5 through 11, and then 28. You put it in the framework. At some point, several things happened. You have framing chapters, Deuteronomy 1 through 4, and sort of introductory frame and historical review, as well as the appendices at the end, chapters 31 and 34. Those get added. Not only do you have verses 5 to 11, chapters 5 to 11, and then chapters 28 being added after the core, and then chapters 1 to 4, the introductions, and then the appendices, chapters 31 and 34. Not only were these being done, also we have laws being updated, passages being expanded to reflect the experience of exile. This is what is happening. You didn't have 5 to 11. You didn't have 28. You didn't have 31 and 34. You didn't have 1 to 4. It was added later. So you have the core and then you frame it. And there were some updates being made. Some passages were expanded. And it's to reflect the experience of exile. I must say that there's a lot of debate over the precise timing of these events and this process by which this material grew and was expanded. But what all scholars agree is that in the post-exilic period, at some time, the entire unit, that is Genesis through Numbers, the material, Deuteronomy, and then the lengthy historical narrative all the way through 2 Kings, was solidified. They play with the dates, but the idea of how the book came together is agreed on. You had the core first, and then the others were added to it. Any questions before we delve into Deuteronomy 28? Hope you're following me. Deuteronomy chapters 28 sets out blessings and curses. Blessings if you would obey the law, and curses if you do not. It states, and then it goes into a list of blessings. If you obey Yah your Elohim to observe, to fulfill all his commandments, which I command you this day, Yah your Elohim will place you supreme above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings will come upon you and cleave to you if you obey Yah your Elohim. And then it goes, you shall be blessed in the city, and you shall be blessed in the field. Blessed will be the fruit of your womb, the fruit of your soil, the fruit of your livestock, the offspring of your cattle, and the flocks of your sheep. So you have blessings of fertility. Okay. Yah will cause your enemies who rise up against you to be beaten before you. They will come out against you in one direction, but they will flee from you in 7 directions. So here we have victory whenever attacked. But you will notice it's not a promise that victory would yield large territory. Just that when attacked, they will not be made captives in other countries. It's good to observe that. I'm not going to read all the blessings and the curses, but this is the structure. Chapters 1 verses 1, so Deuteronomy 28. I made a mistake. It's not chapters, it's verses 1 to 14. Sorry. So verses 1 to 14, you have a list of blessings. And Deuteronomy chapters 28, verses 15 to 68, you have curses. What immediately stands out to you?
The amount of curses in terms of chapters and
Correct.
how many blessings in comparison.
How does that make any sense? Like,
It's 4 times.
have we
4
questioned
times
it?
as many curses.
Correct. Have we questioned it? How does this make any sense? You're making a covenant with me, and then you spend little time to tell me about the benefits of it. And then you go on 53 verses to tell me about curses. Are you trying to scare me, or are you trying to persuade me to get into the covenant? Like, what is happening? We're trying to get into a business deal, and all you're presenting is what can go wrong. Go ahead, Mr. Drew.
The question I have to ask is, because the people are supposed to be students of the Torah, could it be that God has, the Most High has already said what He was going to do for them previously in previous chapters, previous books, and then and it's just a summarization in verse 1 through 15, and then it's just full blown curses in 16 through 68. Thank you.
Okay, yes, you can look at it that way if you're trying to be nice, Mr. Drew. But the person or the people writing Deuteronomy is going to be the legal text for these people. Remember, Josiah did not have the book of Exodus. He had the book of Deuteronomy. It was found, and they brought it to him, and he read it, the legal code. And that is how he fashions the Passover over it. So it's not that they have the book of Exodus sitting there, everybody's reading it. No, the people are going to take this and they're going to use this as their legal text. we have some curses in the book of Leviticus also. So, I mean, if you're writing the list of blessings and curses, if I'm trying to convince somebody, if I'm trying to persuade somebody to keep our contract, I think logically I'll list the benefits. I'll let the benefits outweigh the curses. Because I look at the benefits and say, okay, based on these benefits, I'm going to do this. I know there are some consequences there, but I mean, it's literally 3 to 4 times more. So what we see is that the central insight of Deuteronomy is that Israel is bound to Yah by a covenant. And this covenant is sealed with blessings for obedience to the law of Moshe and curses for disobedience. Now, it's important to note that all these blessings and curses are worked out in the here and now. No heaven or hell is envisioned. I don't know whether you noticed that. It doesn't say that when you do all these good things, you're going to go to heaven. And when you don't do all these good things, if you don't obey, you're going to go to hell. That is not what is happening here. Why is that the case?
Because the ancient Israelites didn't have any idea of heaven and hell. That wasn't.
Correct.
That's not a Hebrew concept.
Correct.
That comes in later on, after we come in contact with Babylon and pick up some of their traits and behaviors and things of that nature. That's a far later invention when you start looking at the idea of heaven and hell. But that wasn't something that ancient Israel was concerned with. They were concerned with the living in the here and now.
Yep. Israel at this point in time had no concept of life after death. It wasn't there. No concept of judgment. Heaven for the righteous and hell for the unrighteous. It's not there. Instead, the blessings and curses are activated in Israel's history. Now, if you do that, the person coming out with these blessings and curses, and the reward is here and now, if you take this together, this means that history is rational. It's predictable. So, for example, the northern kingdom of Israel was destroyed and the people were deported, I believe in 722. Any historian who bought into this theology of Deuteronomy would have to say that the reason for this is that they were disobedient to the law of Moshe. You see how history becomes rational. Is that why the northern kingdom was destroyed? Why is everyone quiet? Why?
No, we only have the southern kingdom's interpretation. So we actually don't know why the northern kingdom was destroyed. Now, to the Hebrew, it was destroyed because of disobedience to Yah.
Correct.
But to the Assyrians, they were just conquering territories. They didn't care about your God. So if I'm looking at this from the Assyrian standpoint, I'm just conquering territories. But if I'm looking at this from the Hebrew standpoint, oh, you must have been disobedient to God, and this is why these things have happened, and this is why Assyria has captured you. And that's where it stands.
Correct. So now, you have to come up with a reason why the northern kingdom was lost. You didn't keep the blessings, or you didn't keep the Torah. So in effect, this is what happened. That is how you as a Hebrew are looking at it. Those doing the conquering, they were just conquering like every major world power was doing at that time. You take more territories.
Basil, I understand what you're saying, but didn't they have like, it was like, sorry, wasn't it like the war of the gods? Like, my God is better than your God, and so I've come over, and my God is just like,
Correct, yes.
giving me.
My God is giving me territory, so I'm conquering, pretty much. And then when I conquer you, your God becomes part of my pantheon, maybe sitting lower than him, my chief
Right.
deity. Yeah.
Well, but is that is that true though in the esoteric? Is that what happens when it's another territory comes and conquers another territory? Does the other god become subservient to the, because I know you talked about the gods before.
Correct, yes. That's what the ancients would believe, correct. It's not that the God that was conquered doesn't have power, but the God who conquered has more power. But there are certain things that your God, maybe your God is the God of war, and the territory that you conquered, the chief deity is not a God of war. So it makes sense. Maybe he's the God of healing. If you want healing, you go to that deity to get healed. You don't go to the God of war. So that's why they had a lot of different deities for different reasons. These deities have different expertise.
Rabbi?
Mr. Jason.
Also, too, one thing that's fascinating is whenever Yah was dealing out what we would call punishments or blessings, they were all physical, like something that was occurring in the time that the people could recognize. Like, if you don't respect the land's going to kick you out. You're going to be taken over by other nations. It was nothing that was like superficial. Like, if you do this, it's because you sinned in the spirit and all these types of crazy stuff that we've come up with. But everything was practical and actually realistic, like tied to the land. Your crops won't grow. There'll be famine in the land, things of that nature. It was always something that the ancestors could actually see and know that it was tied to their deity.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Jason.
Rabbi?
Mr. Vincent.
So, so what about the part where it say that they'll be upon you for a sign and a wonder?
Yes, we'll put all of that in context. We'll put all of that in context. Yes. We're almost there. No. So when you look at the blessings and the curses, so pretty much history is completely rational. Let me complete that and then continue. So basically, do good and get good. Do bad, get bad. Each Israelite is called to make a personal commitment to Yah, so that the people as a whole can be holy. But the punishments are on the group. So that also makes history predictable. If the people have a wicked king, they can be pretty sure something will go wrong. They will be invaded, there will be famine, or something like that. So it means you can predict the future, which is not the case. It's not always that when you have a wicked king, things go wrong. But in the context of these Deuteronomistic writers, I won't attempt to even pronounce that word again. This is how they are seeing it. There's a reason. There's a reason why they are writing like this, we would see. Why are the curses 3 times as long as the blessings, or 4 times as long as the blessings? Why is that? These are questions that we can ask. the reason why you have more curses is because Yah will not need blessings. Why will Yah not need blessings? You make the blessing short because you know that is not going to happen. Why would the blessings not happen?
Because you've already committed the act.
You've committed the act. Where was the northern kingdom when this was being written?
They were already in exile.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
The Assyrians had already invaded the place. And they're knocking on the door of the south. And you're writing the text. And you're telling me that if you don't keep the law, I'm going to go into exile. Excuse me, it's already happened. So you don't have to tell me about the blessings because the exile is already triggered. It's in place. So you're trying to rationalize and justify why the north is conquered.
What about their own business? You know, if they're knocking at the door, what about you guys? Like, real, like.
You see, the historian or the person presenting it is trying to rationalize what is happening. David would always have a king sitting on the throne. Awesome. Well, the Assyrians are coming. They've taken the north. They've exiled them. What happens if they do the same thing to the south? You better explain that prophecy. This is why it's important to put in this context, to see what is going on at that time. You don't need to focus on the blessings. Help. Exile is staring at your face. It's coming. It's challenging all the things that you thought your prophets said. Okay, look at those prophecies. So because you did not keep the covenant, that is why you're going into exile. I beg your pardon. It's because Assyria is the superpower, they're taking over territories. This is the reality. Let's face it. Let's move on. We get in there. Now, we come to the curses. Yah will strike you with the balls of Egypt, with hemorrhoids, with oozing sores, with leprosy, from which you would be unable to be cured. You have skin ailment. Okay. 28. Yah will strike you with insanity, with blindness, and with bewilderment. You will grope at midday as the blind man gropes in the dark, and you will be unsuccessful in your ways. You will be only oppressed and robbed all the days, and no one will save you. So there's blindness, skin ailment, and then blindness. You will betroth a woman, but another man will lie with her. You will build a house, but you will not live in it. You will plant a vineyard, but you will not redeem its fruit. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will not eat from it. Your donkey will be snatched right in front of you, and it will not return to you. Your flock will be given over to your enemies, and you will have no savior. So the loss of one's wife here. We continue. Your sons and daughters will be given over to another people. So displaced progeny. And your eyes will see this and long for them all day long, but will be powerless. We continue. A people unknown to you will eat up the fruit of your soil. So foreign military occupation. And the results of your toil, you will be only wronged and crushed all the days. Let's continue. You will go insane from the vision before your eyes that you will behold. Blindness. 35. Yah will strike you on the knees and on the legs with a terrible skin eruption, skin ailment. Now look at this. You see, most of the time, we don't have the necessary tools. We haven't been taught of the tools to use to decipher a text or a chapter. Most of you in the class are aware of it because we've gone over it. The echoes, the chiasm, etc. This block that I have read, the reason why I'm reading it is critical. It starts by telling us that you have skin ailment, and then it goes to blindness. It goes to loss of one's wife. It goes to displaced progeny. It goes to foreign military occupation. It comes back to blindness, and then it comes back to skin ailment. So now, me as the critical reader of the text, I'm concerned. Why repeat? If you're telling me that we're going to have skin ailment, put it in the same group at the top. When you mention it, mention all of it. If you're going to tell me about blindness, when you talked about the first blindness, incorporate all of it into it. Why give me a list and go back and then repeat it? So we see, you would say it's a chiasm, and the editor or the author used a very beautiful chiasm. I don't want to go there today. And it tells us something. When read on its own terms, the curses and the blessings, when read on its own terms, or within the context of the Hebrew Bible as a whole, the sequence of curses and illness, it appears to be random. It's all over the place. That's what it appears to be. There is no biblical parallel that would explain the order. I'm questioning the order of the blessings and curses. If the curses, you're telling me I'm going to have skin ailment, let it be in one block. Don't go repeating it. Don't putting it all over the place. I see skin ailment here. I read a few verses, and then I see another skin ailment. I read a few verses. I see blindness. What is going on? To answer this question, we have to find out, why was Deuteronomy written? Why did they write it? The text. Let's do it quickly. The composition of Deuteronomy was determined in part by the reform movement of King Hezekiah and especially of King Josiah. These are their dates. I'm not going to go through their dates. You can go back over the class and then you can look at them. This is what we read in 2 Kings 18. And it was in the 3rd year of Hoshea, the son of Elah, the king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, the king of Judah, became king. He was 25 years old when he became king. And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. Let's look at the historical account. What is happening? And his mother's name was all of that. Verse 3. And he did what was right in the eyes of Yah, like all that his father David had done. He abolished the high places. He smashed the monuments and cut down the Asherah and crushed the copper serpent that Moshe had made. For until those days, the children of Israel were burning incense to it. Okay, this is 5. He trusted in the Elohim of Israel. There was none like him among all the kings of Judah who were after him, nor were there before him. He cleaved to Yah. He did not turn away from following him. He kept his commandments, which he had commanded Moshe. So this is what makes Hezekiah, according to those Deuteronomy authors, editors, reformers, they're saying. Okay. The golden boy is Josiah. So let's focus on him. Josiah also does reforms, just as Hezekiah begins. And the historical background of Josiah's reforms was the increasing threat of imperial domination. The northern kingdom of Israel had fallen under Neo-Assyrian invasion. Put that in your spirit. We see that in 2 Kings 17. In the 12th year of Ahaz, the king of Judah, Hoshea, the son of Elah, reigned over Israel for 9 years. And he did what was evil in the eyes of Yah, though not like the kings of Israel, who had preceded him. Shalmash, whatever the name is, the king of Assyria, went up against him, and Hoshea became his vassal, and he paid him tribute. So you see what is happening. The Assyrians have conquered the northern territory and has become a vassal. They are paying tribute to the Assyrians. Now, Assyrian invasion continues down the coastal shoreline, and it had reduced Judah to a rump state. Not only have they taken over the north, they are also coming down to the south. They have reduced Judah's territory. Okay. With 2 Kings 18. And in the 14th year of King Hezekiah, Sanherib, the king of Assyria, came up against all the fortified cities of Judah and seized it. So you see what is happening. Assyria is knocking on the doors of the south, Judah. So in a desperate bid to preserve the nation's autonomy, Hezekiah made a pact with Assyria. We read, and Hezekiah the king of Judah sent to the king of Assyria to Lachish, saying, I have sinned. Withdraw from me. Whatever you impose upon me, I will bear. And the king of Assyria imposed upon Hezekiah, king of Judah, 3,000 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And Hezekiah gave all the silver that was found in the house of Yah in the treasuries of the king's palace. So picture that. Picture what is happening. And at that time, Hezekiah stripped the doors of the temple of Yah and the thresholds which Hezekiah the king of Judah had overlaid, and he gave them to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria sent these people to King Hezekiah with an army of great multitude to Jerusalem. I mean, these guys are coming. And they went up and came and stood near the conduit of the upper pool, which is on the road of the washer's field. And they summoned the king and Eliakim, who was appointed over the palace. The scribe, the recorder, came out to them. This is the political situation in Judah and the south. Judah's political and religious independence seemed to hover uncertainly between the threats presented by Assyria. Not only Assyria, now Babylon is also rising. You see the pressure. You have the superpower Assyria on the stage. Babylon is also coming up. Babylon pays Hezekiah a visit. All this is recorded in 2 Kings. At that time, the king of Babylonia sent letters and a gift to Hezekiah, for he heard that Hezekiah has been healed. And Hezekiah listened to them, and he showed them his entire treasure house, the silver, the gold, the spices, and the good oil, and the entire house in which he kept his vessels, and everything that was found in his treasuries. There was nothing that Hezekiah did not show them in his palace and in his kingdom. And Isaiah the prophet came to King Hezekiah and said to him, what did these men say? And whence did they come to you? And Hezekiah said, they have come from a distant country, from Babylonia. And he said, what did they see in your palace? And Hezekiah said, they saw everything that is in my palace. There was nothing that I did not show them in my treasuries. And Isaiah said to Hezekiah, hearken to the word of Yah. Behold, a time will come when everything in your palace and what your forefathers have stored up will be carried off to Babylonia. Nothing shall remain, said Yah.
Rabbi,
Mr. Vincent.
now I can see how he like, man, what you just showed? You just showed him all your stuff? All right. One day, man, all right. Somebody will come in here and take all of that, and he can speak like he was speaking. You know what I'm saying?
Because that's what's happening. That's the order of the day, correct? The Syrians were taking your stuff. They were the superpower. Now another one is rising. And they've sent letters to you. Of course they're going to take your stuff. If they're going to take over, they're going to exile, just like the Assyrians did.
Rabbi,
Mr. Jason.
this is almost like, this is common sense. like, like when you read it this way, this is common sense, bro. Like, why would you show? You don't know nothing about these people, yo. You just open up your whole house to these strangers. You ever watch a movie when people be stranded on the road and then somebody just bring all these strangers in their house, like, oh, come on, you can come on in. And the next thing you know, the strangers rob them and kill them, and they're trying to get away in the movie and stuff like that. That's what this reminds me of. Like, why would you show your whole entire treasury to a foreign power that you had no dealings with? Like, it doesn't even make sense. This stuff is just common sense. So when it says hearken to the word of the Lord, it's almost as if Isaiah is just putting Yah's name in there. Like, Yah didn't say that. Like, Isaiah's like, yo, you just stupid. Like, this is common sense, bro. Why would you do that?
Correct. We'll look at prophecy next week and prophets. So in this context, what we're seeing in this context, when Josiah comes on the stage, his religious reform, restriction of all sacrificial worship to Yah, to Jerusalem, and removal of foreign elements from the cult represented an important bid for Judean culture, political, and religious autonomy. He even extended his reforms into the areas of former northern kingdom of Israel. There's a reason why this is happening. There's a reason why the book of Deuteronomy is going to be written. And also the altar that was in Bethel, the high place, that Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin, had made also that altar and the high places he demolished. So, I mean, Josiah is trying to get right, go back to Torah, and correct things. Maybe it will prevent the invasion. You can read the book of Kings. Because of time, I'm not going to read all of that. So the book of Deuteronomy is apparently written at some time during this historical crisis. It reflects the desire to preserve Judean culture and religious integrity. The laws in there are presented as a covenant between Yah and the nation, which the people take an oath to uphold upon penalty of sanctions while maintaining unconditional loyalty to their deity. I put it here for you so you can see it. The law in Deuteronomy is presented as a covenant between God and nation, which the people take an oath to uphold upon penalty of sanctions while maintaining unconditional loyalty to their deity.
Rabbi?
Mr. Vincent.
Yes, I guess it's just hard for people to see us as a normal people trying to have a normal culture and civilization up under our deity. So would you say like this is like the Constitution, like the you know what you know the binding contract is like the Constitution of our culture, our society, and everything, and it's just like somebody else's law. Ain't no different, but this is the law that our God has given us.
Yes. Yes, if I understood what you said, yes. Why are you concerned about loyalty?
Because the people were not monotheistic. Like, you would be concerned with that. Because if people see that this other deity is winning, they will go and join in with that other deity. It just makes sense.
But when we always cutting deals with, cutting deals with other nations and making little crafty councils.
Correct. Yeah. So Joshua did that. He didn't consult with Yah when he made a deal with the Gibeonites. Yes.
See, we could boast when we were beating up on those little guys in the wilderness, these little huts and things of that nature. But you can't do that when you're running up against these superpower armies and things of that nature. Like, it just don't work that way. So how do you make up for that when you boasting that your God is winning, but then you come up upon a power that you can't defeat? So what do you result to? You result to saying, okay, well, we've sinned because we've done these things, and therefore that's why we lost. But the reality is, they were not monotheistic. There were other gods, other deities in the nations, and things of that nature. So when you're losing, the easiest thing to do is to blame it on these other things that are going on, instead of just understanding that the Assyrians are just better than you. That's why they won, because they're stronger than you are.
Correct. So if you're taken to exile, you may become Assyrians. If the Babylonians take you to exile, your allegiance may be to Marduk or Shamish or Sin. So we know what is coming. We know what is coming. Okay. It's happened to the north. The chances of it happening to us is high. So there's a covenant that is made between Yah and nation. The people take an oath to uphold upon penalties of sanctions. That's why you don't have that much blessings. It's all curses. And you're supposed to maintain your loyalty. Well, who was conquering? Who was coming? The Assyrians, before the Babylonians came in. Okay, the Assyrians. Now, it's interesting that this covenant in Deuteronomy is structured closely to the Neo-Assyrian state treaties that have been recovered from this period. Most importantly, there is Sahadon's Sessions or Secession Treaty, what scholars will call EST or VTE is the same thing. When you see EST, Esarhaddon's Secession Treaty or Vassal Treaties of Esarhaddon is the same thing. Okay, this is important. I'm going to show you where your curses that you hold so dear to come from. Before you ask who fits the curses, find out where you choose my word, took it from. It's important. Before you ask who do the curses fit, find out its origins. Where it came from. Because when we look at the EST, when I say EST, I'm not going to say the whole term. So EST or VTE, when I say you're looking at Esarhaddon's Secession Treaties or the Vassal Treaties of Esarhaddon. Sections of this treaty have been recognized as a literary model for both the curses of Deuteronomy 28 and the Deuteronomic series of 3 laws governing loyalty. From a prophet a dreamer of dreams, a family member, or an entire city. We have the data. We've seen where it came from. What is the story behind this loyalty that the book of Deuteronomy is asking? Where does the idea come from? When we look at Esarhaddon's succession treaty, in this treaty, the Assyrian overlord, remember, it's the Assyrians that are pushing on your door, knocking on your door. They've taken your brothers already. I'll show you how this all came together. In this treaty, the Assyrian overlord named Esarhaddon stipulated that after his death, power was to be transferred to his son, who is the crown prince, Ashurbanipal. Where they get these names baffles me. One prominent theme in the treaty is the risk of conspiracy against the royal shoot, which would arise either from his own family or that of the addressees of the loyalty oath. Why is Esarhaddon trying to construct this oath, loyalty oath, that people take? Well, it's because of his own bitter experience. Remember, we mentioned Sanherib. Sanherib is his father. He was promoted over his older brothers. This guy, Esarhaddon, he was promoted by his father Sanherib, over his older brothers. When that happened, a major civil war ensued, contesting his legitimacy. On that basis, when it got to his son's turn to rule, Esarhaddon employed the treaty as a loyalty oath. You see what is happening? To secure the succession of his own son, Ashurbanipal. Crazy names. So the reason why the oath is given is because he's trying to make sure that his son won't go through his same experience. When the Assyrians conquer a territory, there is a loyalty oath imposed by the Assyrian monarch on their vassals and citizens. You take that loyalty oath that you're not going to do this, you're not going to do that. This oath is brought to the vassal state. It is put in their temple. It is made public to everyone. And this loyalty oath provides the model for much of the material in Deuteronomy 13. I'll show you the parallels. Everything I command you that you shall be careful to do, you shall neither add to it nor subtract from it. This is the succession treaty in column 4 of VTE or EST. When you look at the Hebrew formula, it has the same structure as the Akkadian stipulation, but in reverse order. We call that a chiastic inverted citation. Why is it that when the Deuteronomy composer quotes or takes the material from the EST, he inverts it?
That's what we do.
That's what we do. You're correct. Actually, in the ancient Near East, when somebody wants to tell you that what they're producing, it's a reuse from another source, you do that chiastic citation, you invert it. So it's a common Asian Near East scribal technique for formally marking textual reuse. When I take something that you've written and I'm going to borrow from it into my tradition or my custom, what I'll do is I would do that inversion. There's a law that states that.
Rabbi,
Mr. Vincent.
is that like a form of respect?
No. You're just saying that you're taking it from someplace. You're just letting me know.
Saying, like respect, letting them know that this is not,
This is not original.
You know,
I didn't take. Yeah.
Right.
You invented. I'll put what the law is called in the chat. It's called Seattle's law.
But it's common to do that though in ancient Eastern literature. Like they always borrow from other texts and things of that nature.
Correct.
It's common. So, and this is why I get now why you were saying like it shouldn't change your view on the book because you find out these things are happening. Because if you put it back in their context, this would have not been a problem to the ancient Israelites because this is something that was done all over the place. But to us, it would be a problem because we want it to be original.
Correct. That's true. You want to be original, but it's not. So when we took it and we cited it, we inverted it. And it was common in Asian Near Eastern scribes. It was a technique. I put the name of the technique. It's called the Seidel's law. I put it in the chat in the main class, not on YouTube. So maybe somebody can put it on YouTube. So just research it. You will notice it. You invert it. So what you see is a requirement for obedience to the word of the overlord as a handles, or in our context, Yah, followed by a double prohibition against amending the sworn terms of the treaty. The author of Deuteronomy were reworking their source creatively. So in the process of reworking EST in column 4, for its own legal and literary purposes, Deuteronomy also challenged its source by replacing the son of the overlord there with Yah. So Moshe is saying you should not change what Yah has given him to write. But it is following the same formula from where he's taken it from. So we see where they get Deuteronomy 13, where it starts. It's going to now tell you. So he says, don't take from it, don't add to it, be loyal to it. No problem. We see where that was taken from. We're going to follow EST Treaty 4. We're going to follow it down and compare it with Deuteronomy. After we are told that everything I commanded you should be careful to do, now we have this. If there will arise among you a prophet, a dreamer of a dream, and he gives you a sign or a wonder. So, you want commitment, you want loyalty. Now you're going to tell us things that may persuade you or sway you from giving that loyalty that we are asking you to give. If there will arise among you a prophet can do that. Tell you to do things that you don't want to do because maybe he's credible. Or a dreamer of dreams, people who dream, they have influence. And he gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder of which he spoke to you happens. And he says, let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us worship them. You shall not heed the words of that prophet or that dreamer of a dream, for Yah your Elohim is testing you to know whether you really love Yah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall follow Yah your Elohim, fear him, keep his commandments, heed his voice, worship him, and cleave to him. So we see the prophet and the dreamer of dreams. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he spoke falsehood about Yah your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and who redeemed you from the house of bondage, to lead you astray from the way in which Yah your Elohim commanded you to go. So shall you clear away the evil from your midst. So, the first people who would have influence and maybe cause you to swear from this loyalty oath that you're taking are the prophets and the dreamer of dreams. Okay. Verse 7. We come to a different category of people who can influence you. If your brother, the son of your mother, tempts you in secret, or your son, or your daughter, or your wife, or of your embrace, or your friend, who is as your own soul, saying, so I won't read it all. So they tell you to stray away, blah, blah, blah. You should stone them. You shouldn't listen to them. All of that. And then we come to the next category. If you hear in one of your cities that some people are doing something, investigate if they are wrong, abomination. Verse 16, you shall surely strike down the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword. So, 3 laws governing disloyalty. A prophet or dreamer of dreams, a family member, and then an entire city. Okay. When you come to the 10th column in the EST, it's concerned with guaranteeing loyalty to the overlord as Sahandan and his son. It identifies as possible sources of disloyalty either the royal or addressee's own family, as well as 3 different groups of diviners. So what Deuteronomy is stating, the EST in column 10 states the same. We'll read it very shortly. If there's disloyalty the treaty partners must report it. When we look at the references, the three people, we see that there is a match. It says in Asahandan's treaty, it requires that the addressee immediately report any incitement to disloyalty, even should it be heard from your brothers, your sons, your daughters, or from the mouth of a prophet. An ecstatic ecstasy, an enquirer of oracles. So it starts with don't add, don't subtract, and then it goes into those that can make you add or subtract, those that can make you disloyal. It states the family member. It states a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, oracles. This is what we have in the text. You would clearly see where Deuteronomy 13 is getting the data from. And it's telling us where it's getting the data from by inverted. Inverse citation is common when scribes produce text based on earlier ones. And it's clearly in our face. We see where they're getting it from. Because they would have a copy of this in the vassal state. When we look at the Assyrians and their vassal states and people who swore loyalty, we have one of the kings, the Judean kings, on there. You cannot swear loyalty to something you don't know. So clearly, they would have a copy of this either in the Aramaic at your disposal, hanging somewhere in your territory so everybody would see it. So the authors of Deuteronomy 13, we've not come to 28 yet, transform two legal paragraphs, EST 4 and EST 10, as you see on the screen. They reworked the treaty. And how did they rework it? The treaty requires exclusive loyalty to the word of the Assyrian overlord regarding his designated heir. Now they change it as a demand for loyalty to the word of Yah as mediated by Moshe. You see what's happening? You taking the text, but you're reworking it. Instead of this being a request requiring exclusive loyalty to the word of Asahandan regarding his designated heir, Asubanipal, you rework it into new service as a demand for loyalty to the word of Yah, not Asahandan, as mediated by Moshe. Originally, this is imperial succession, father to son. Now we took it and we've reworked it to address a legal succession. From what? Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, to Deuteronomy. You see what is happening? It now demands loyalty to the Deuteronomic Torah as the designated heir to the covenant code. Why will you place? It's okay, you're giving us a new law, if I can call it that. The scroll of the Torah is reformed, it's been updated, things have been changed clearly. That is not enough. Why will you place a loyalty formula at the beginning of the scroll of the Torah?
Rabbi,
Mr. Vincent.
well, you trying to ensure that, you know, your people don't flip, man, so the nation can survive. What little nation that is left due to the circumstances that's happening. The North already got taken. The Syria's marching on people, and you know they're gonna flip. Am I right in that?
Correct, yes, in a certain point. But you are changing. You assert it there, you put it there precisely at that point in front, where a substantial alteration to law has taken place. You've reformed what we know, as we saw in Passover last week. You've updated certain things. You've centralized certain things. Certain things that were not a concern, you've removed. You've made the temple the central item that binds us all. You've taken away the altars where the Levites will sacrifice in the communities for people. I mean, you've changed stuff. So if you put a loyalty formula in front of it, it gives you some control, because when somebody swears loyalty to it, they're going to keep it. So the canon formula is asserted precisely at that point because a substantial alteration to law has taken place. And you copying that from the EST, from the Assyrians, their loyalty code.
Rabbi?
Mr. Vincent.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with just seeing like, hey man, this look good right here. You see how they put this? Like this? Oh yeah, this will work for us.
Correct.
I don't see nothing wrong.
You know, so yeah, we put it there. There's a loyalty code. So now there's loyalty. Don't take away from it. Don't do this. And then you list the people who may persuade you to do that. What do you do to those people? Kill them. You know, but you have the EST in front of you, and you copy from column 4 and column 10, and you put it in your text.
Rabbi?
Madam Jew.
I'm with the other brother. You don't have to keep reinventing the wheel.
True.
It's already been done well, and it's that it's working. Well, let's just leave it here. I'll just sign somebody else's name to it and pretend I thought it up. I like the way you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. We'll just borrow some parts from you and borrow some parts here. It isn't really plagiarism, but it isn't original either. But it works. It's that thing that brother Jason was talking about. We have to apply what works for the group of people we're working with.
Correct.
So it's working.
Yes.
This works, and it's just like being a parent. I have to do with each one of my children differently because it works for that specific child. So I think that I'm with Brother Vincent on this one. This one you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just apply it to this children. It'll work. Love it.
True.
Rabbi.
Yes,
Rabbi.
Mr. Jason. Yeah, Mr. Drew, come and then Mr. Jason come in.
I just got one question to ask.
Yes.
You have said this multiple times. You always say that the Yahweh's cult. What is your definition of cult, and what are you saying? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking 21st century cult. You know what I'm saying? The Manson twins, and whoever heck, doing everything else. You know what I'm saying? And Jim Jones. So when you say Yahweh's cult, and like I said, you said it multiple times. Is that a derogatory term in your
No.
learned experience, or is that Thank you.
No, so a cult, like you have the I'll call the Sadducees a cult, I'll call the Pharisees a cult, the Essenes a cult, the Zealots a cult. It's how a group of people choose to worship. So I belong to the Yahwist, or a sect, correct. A sect was not a bad thing. The Christians made it a bad thing. But yes, so let's say if I would say in our days we say I'm messianic. I belong to the messianic cult. We worship differently. So.
Yeah, Rabbi, it's I think because our generation is so based on originality, right? Like we want to be the first to everything.
Correct.
And it's like, because that's what the American society place on us. Like, if you're first to do this, you know what I mean? You see it all over the time. First black president of this association. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, why does that even matter? In ancient times, they were not concerned with being the first. They were concerned with preservation.
Yes.
And we do not understand that. So guess what? If I could take from this guy's legal code, add it to mine to preserve our people, then guess what? Thus saith Moses, do this. Why? Because I am trying to preserve the people. We are too religious. We don't understand. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
1000%. 1000%. I agree.
You know what I mean? It's like people crazy. Like, do that, like, and we don't study history. So our biggest issue is history. It's not the Bible. The fact that you have historians who've been studying this stuff for thousands of years, they give you information on it, and you just discredit it because you want to remain super religious. Like, it just baffles me. Like, you need to understand that I know you think the God of the Bible is big, like Israel, because we made him that way. But when you go start studying Assyria and Babylonian in these ancient places, you see why the texts write about them. Because they were a serious problem. So if I know that Assyria is winning, why would I not want to take their code? They're winning.
Correct. Yep.
I'm going to implement their code into my stuff because I know these guys are winning. Like, and that's what it was. I don't think we understand that aspect of it. Like, these were major superpowers, and there was nothing that, if you look at Israel in context, right? Israel's little. It's a very small place.
Yep. Very small.
I control most of this area over here. I mean, I have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. You may have 20,000. I got 700,000 soldiers. There's no way you're gonna beat me. Unless there is a miraculous act of God. But the thing is, too, like in the text, we act like God was performing miracles every day. Like, that's how we believe. We believe every day he's performing miracles. And the reality was, it wasn't like that. How many times did you see him giving a hand in war for battles to be won? That he actually put a hand in.
Correct.
So, it's not a lot. We make it seem like every war he was winning. Like, it doesn't work that way. But that comes from us not studying history. And what shocked me was when I started, like, looking at history, I was like, yo, I've been duped, dog. Like, they made me believe this stuff. And then I come to realize, like, these other kings were winning too. And the only reason why we still believe today, literally, is because the Romans took the manuscripts and kept them. Had the Romans took any other religious belief, it wouldn't be at the forefront. That's a hard pill to swallow, but it is what it is.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. Jason. So this is what is happening. You have the loyalty code at the front, and where we get in the loyalty code is we getting it from the EST, column 4 and column 10. That's where it comes. Okay. So that is Deuteronomy 13, where we getting the data from. When we come to Deuteronomy 20, remember when we talked about this, I said it doesn't make sense. The structure doesn't make sense. Now we know where they're getting it from. When you read this structure on its own terms or within the context of the Hebrew Bible as a whole, the particular sequence of curses and illness appears to be random. Well, it's because it's being borrowed from an Assyrian text into Deuteronomy. It's random because it doesn't make sense in our context. It can only be explained by the influence of an Assyrian source. Only in the Mesopotamian context do we see the logic in how these curses appear. So I want you to pay attention to these two. We're going to put it back into its EST, where they took it from. And you will see how it clearly accounts for the sequence of curses as we have it in the Deuteronomy text. We see that the logic is clear. Okay, why skin ailments and blindness? Why do they come together? The skin affliction is mentioned in VTE or EST, column 39. It is frequently found in Mesopotamian curses invoking Sin, the moon god. So where we're getting it from, Sin, the moon god, is associated with skin affliction. Blindness and injustice is associated with the nature of Shamash, that is the sun god, who's responsible for judgment. If you know anything about these deities, they are commonly paired together throughout Mesopotamian literature. They are paired together. Anytime they show up, they are paired together. So when the person who was using the VTE or the EST as their source, they are just copying what they're seeing, not knowing, or should I say not knowing, maybe they knew, maybe they understood, but it's invoking these two foreign deities, how it is in the original source. The chief Babylonian god, Sin, associated with plagues and leprosy, and Shamash, the sun god, as well as the god of law and justice, almost always appear together. They appear at the beginning of the curses. They appear in the curses associated with Sin and Shamash. They appear in the same order in Deuteronomy 28. I mean, the same order. In their context, it makes sense why blindness and skin ailment is together, because those deities are commonly paired together. But when we bring it in, when we took it and brought it into our text, well, we just brought it in. So it's all over the place. skin ailment here, but it always is with blindness. You cannot explain them in the book of Deuteronomy why they are together, why they don't have any logical flow. You can when you put them back in where they took it from. Judeans came in contact with the Neo-Assyrian treaty traditions. How? How did they get these? Well, in the 8th century, Ahaz became a vassal to Assyria so as to gain support during the Syro-Ephraimite War. Hezekiah maintained that foreign policy. What did the Assyrians do? The Assyrians normally appointed a senior administrative official in the administration of their vassal state who was responsible to the Assyrian monarch. A written copy of the loyalty oath that bound the treaty partner was normally provided to the vassal state. So they had a copy of it. That is why there could be a literary dependence of Deuteronomy's treaty curses upon the EST treaty. Because the copy that is given to them, the tablet, it is displayed, is a formal display copy. It's drilled through, it is mounted, and it's in rotation. Everybody sees it. And then you have another copy that would be elevated on a platform in the temple opposite the altar. They dug one and they found it. It was right there. So we are taking this material from our neighbors and we are putting them into, because we're trying to make a treaty. We have the code that we've written and we're trying to enforce it. How do you enforce it? Well, this is how the Assyrians enforce their treaties. There's loyalty, there are blessings, there are curses. The Hittites have the same thing. So why don't we do the same thing? What is our source for these is the EST or the VTE. And so that's why you can see the combination of shared motifs, that is shared themes, sequence, and structural similarities between Deuteronomy 28 from 20 to 44 and VTE column 39, 40, 42, 56, 63, 64. This is where we get the curses from, the blessings from, the loyalty from. There's arguments about the dates. There's arguments about where it's gotten from. What is not argued is that it is original to us. That is no argument. All the scholars know it's not original to us. We took it from someplace and then we put it in the framework of the legal code, Deuteronomy 12 to 26. It's coming from somewhere. And the reason it's attached is because there's a need for loyalty to the new code of Deuteronomy that is being written or has been written. And we see changes in that, reforms in that, when we compare it to the book of Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. So it is better understood as a creative transformation of its source material. Is it Moshe? Is it Yah giving these curses and blessings to Moshe to tell us?
changes everything.
I mean, let's face the fact. Because I can clearly see the same thing in the EST. Does the curses fit them better? Are these curses blessings divine? Why is it that Madam Cynthia is saying that you keep the blessings and you still in the situation that you are in? Well, where is it coming from?
Rabbi,
Mr. Jason.
we cannot just brush over this. There are so many theories on this Deuteronomy text, so many prophecies that people have stated and things of that nature. We've built whole congregations around this specific text here, literally these blessings and curses, to find out that this joint came from the Assyrians is absolutely mind-blowing. It just doesn't make any sense, man. Where's Brother Javette at?
Please don't bring it.
Rabbi, we about to just take Deuteronomy 12 and 26 and we just going to torch the rest. Let's just torch it. Oh my gosh.
You see where we have to
Yeah,
come
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. D.
Yeah, now we know that they were still writing the scriptures during David's time and Solomon's time. Is it possible that Solomon did what we're implying that the Assyrians did, because he had lots of priests, because he had lots of wives? And we know that everyone came in to hear the wisdom of Solomon. Could any of this be attributed to Solomon? And the Hebrews did it first, and the other nations copied.
Negative. So is the question the blessings and curses or the treaties?
The treaties, yeah, because if Solomon did the treaties first, the blessings and cursing would be a separate issue.
Correct. No. Will Solomon know of it? No, because he married the wives. Those are peace treaties, so that there will be peace. This is not the same thing here. These are treaties so that it will not bring disloyalty. If they were treaties of peace, you won't attack me, I won't attack you. Yes, I can maybe go to Solomon and say, because he was doing that. But these are treaties of loyalty. You're going to be loyal to me. Solomon doesn't need that loyalty because he's married to your daughter. So automatically, it's there. So yes, it wouldn't be where another state or another people have conquered your territory and they're asking for loyalty. And it wouldn't be when you're trying to make sure that your son would inherit you without the issues that you had when your father Sanherib, promoted you. So it's two different contexts.
Rabbi?
Two different contexts, Mr. D. Yes, Mr. Vincent.
So, okay, so some of the curses came from the PTE or whatever you call it, right?
Correct.
But
Say it again, sorry?
They still dead on though. Like they still relevant to us. I mean, you know, is that the coincidence?
And no. When we say they're relevant to us, I have a question for you. Are all the curses in Deuteronomy 27 to 28, are they supposed to be realized? Are you saying every single one of them applies to you?
No, I'm not saying every single one, but it do say, is you still gonna get to all these curses? I mean, it say, well, all these curses will be upon you, but not every, almost. I mean, different. It's a lot of tribes. I mean, yeah, man. They mostly, I don't know what percentage.
Okay,
No.
are we the only people who can relate to some of these curses?
No, I never say that.
Okay,
you know what
correct.
I'm saying? But
so can they say
never
that?
say that, but more? Are we
So
we can relate to them more than, and it's like you could say that the Chinese went through some of these curses too, right? But then when they say that you won't see your homeland, you know, they home, you know, like it's just it's different instances like that.
okay, so I see where you're coming from. Before you compare it to the Chinese, to our modern day, would this fit any people that were exiled from their home?
Yes. Yes.
100%.
Yes, it would.
100%. You're not telling us anything new. What you're telling us will happen to people when they're exiled is what happens to people when they're exiled. You're not telling us anything that is divine, because this is the order of the day. Wouldn't they take your wives? Of course they will. Won't they plunder your cities? Of course they will. The ailment, we see it in the VTE, it's there. Won't you lose your tongue? Yes. Won't you sell yourself as slaves to get some? I mean, you have to show me that the curses are so revolutionary that it's only the Hebrews that experience this. No. He's telling you because he's aware that this is what happens.
What about the Egypt being the qualifier and the ships going back to Egypt? Still, we're talking about totality. Individually, it could be any group, but when you put it together as a totality, it narrows down the groups. Did we ever go back to Egypt?
Good question.
Did we ever go back to Egypt, Mr. D? Have we ever been back there? Some say yes, some no. Some say yes, some say no. So that's the issue. That was one of the questions that I brought up.
You see, that's why I asked you.
Because they say we didn't go back in ships. Some say we did. So the answer is depending on who you believe. No, there's what you believe, and then there's historical records. There's no record of Israel returning on ships. No. Yeah, there is historical records. I can't bring up the reference now off the top of my head, but we do have it. And that's the point. It's what historian or what you've seen or studied that you believe. But there is a record of it. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So there's a record of Israel being sold back into Egypt? Going back on All right, we need
Yes,
that. I need
I
that too.
can't remember.
I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah, well, that was the issue that I brought up at the beginning about going back to Egypt on ships. Now,
Well, if you're
someone
referring
was
to
telling me about it, and I don't have the reference for it, so I apologize, but there is a reference for it. I can't bring it up.
if you're referring to the Maccabees, that doesn't hold true because they
Yes.
were already in Egypt. So that if you go back and you do the math, it doesn't make sense. So
It doesn't. And secondly, it doesn't say that you'll be sold. It says that you will sell yourselves. So you were already in slavery when you were selling yourselves for work, and you would be unemployable. So that's where I said in the beginning, it has to deal with something that's dealing with unemployment. But the thing is that it was common when you took over a territory, you would take a people out of their land to destroy the political structure of their people. You would take their leaders. This is why a lot of the ancient writers like Daniel and them were all in Babylon, because you came to the. I mean, you could look anywhere in history. Whenever you would take over a place, you wouldn't take their peasants. You would take their aristocratic people, their well-to-do, their scribes. You would take them and remove them from the land, and then you would destroy the spiritual structure of that land. This was a common practice. So it's not. I mean, it's just common for that to happen. It's not something that's original.
So, Brother Jason, so how would you identify yourself as an Israelite without the curses?
Good question.
All right, so here's how. This is a great question.
Mr. Jason, don't answer yet. I was waiting for that question.
Let me be quiet.
Yeah, don't answer yet. They come in. I was waiting for that question. Mr. Vincent, it is sad that the only people that I know in this whole universe to identify where they come from based on curses is our people. It is ludicrous, if I can say it. It is nonsense and stupidity for a people to tell me I am Hebrew because of curses. What is wrong with us? You cannot find anything else than people sleeping with your wives to tell me you're Hebrew. That is stupidity. People taking your children and you identify as that to say I'm Hebrew. Come on, we got to do better. There are enough sources, enough resources, enough archaeological records that we can use. Nobody in this world uses, oh, Lord have mercy. Who fits the curses? No. Okay, if you want to choose that, why don't you choose the blessings? That's more positive. Why do you want to put that burden on us? No one does that. No one looks in history and say, look, this is us. No, it's not me. Completely backwards. Completely. Why would you identify with, oh, Lord have mercy, something that a whole lot of people in antiquity went through? But yet they don't say, look, 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 look. They took our wives, they took our children, they ate our food. See, they took us from our land. We are the people, we are the people. Which people?
Brother Basil, I think the reason why they can't, just to answer your question, the reason why they can't say the blessing, because they can't see the blessing on themselves, and it's just the way it is. To say that the blessing would mean that they would have to be reflecting that I think that's where the mindset is coming from. So it's almost like that self-depreciation, and just, I totally agree with you, but it is what it is. It's sad, but very true.
It's self-hate, man. Period. We hate ourselves. We're taught to hate ourselves, and things of that nature. So we believe that the only way to identify with power and prosperity, or identify that we are the people of the book, is by these curses, is because of self-hate. Why would I want to be known that my God is the true God or true deity, and I identify with him by him beating on me? That sounds like domestic violence.
No, Jason, I don't think it's necessarily just self-hate per se. I personally think it's a pride issue. I think that we find it very difficult to accept that we got busted up by another nation. We just can't accept it. We can't acknowledge that another nation came in, they were better than us, and they beat us. End of. We can't accept that, and our pride won't allow it. Our pride is, I personally think it's a pride thing. Honestly, I don't think it's a pride thing that they can't acknowledge and accept. Yes, we were in our land, and someone came into our land, and they busted us up. They beat us, and they took our stuff, and they took our women, and they took some of us out. We can't admit that to ourselves. It's very difficult, and that is sometimes. And you know how we roll as people. Pride is massive for us. Our ego is all up in that, and we can't admit. It's really difficult. It's difficult for the men to accept it. It's difficult for the women to accept it. It's just difficult all around. Do you know what I'm saying? And so, and also, if we want to boost up our guard, it causes what's the word? What they call it? Dissonance. Where it's like, so where's your God?
Cognitive dissonance.
That's it. It causes that, because it's like you've now got to also admit that the God that you serve, there's a question there. And you know how quite religious we are. You must serve God, and this is what God is about. And then those questions are going to come thick and fast. So you was there, you were serving this God. Thank you, Toy. And you got beaten. Like, how did that happen? Do you know what I'm saying?
We could parlay.
Cynthia,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I have a slightly different view, because I believe that's more than an American problem, because our history is stolen and we've been lied to so much. But the other countries, they still have their grandparents and everyone else, and they know their history. So they know where they came from, they know their lineage. But in America, we've been stripped of it. We don't know in general. Now, Akwetey is right. You can go and do the research and find out all types of things, but most people don't even know how to do research in America.
Mr. D.
We've been taught different values.
No, Mr. D, I have to beg to differ, because coming from a Ghanaian background and coming from the Ghanaians in Ghana and what I've heard, it is not, and I wouldn't want to put it just on the Black Americans, our brothers and sisters. It's our people. We are like, even in, like, if you was to talk to one of the great granddads and people, they don't want to admit to you. It's like, when someone's writing history, it's like the Egyptians, the pictures on the wall. They don't talk about the stories of when they lost wars. They put all the stuff when they won. It's like, that's how it is. It's a pride thing. They do the same thing. They always talk about those things. They always say they want to make up excuses if it comes up. Oh, we were cursed by God, and that's why we didn't work. It wasn't us. It wasn't us that really, like, we weren't a bad fighter. We didn't get bust up. It was just because something supernatural happened. It's like when something happens and they can say, oh, because you're a witch, that's why that happened. Because you're this. That's where it comes from. And it's not a Black American thing. It is us as a community. I genuinely believe it's a pride issue. we just can't admit to ourselves that we got beaten. And because I'd rather us sit back and say we got beaten. How are we gonna strategize and get our country back? Hearts, minds, everything, the land, and because once we acknowledge that and accept that we got beaten by somebody or a group of people that are better than us, we can deal with the issues. But if we don't admit that, we're gonna be sitting here trying to make everything spiritual and religious.
Madam Cynthia, let me just add to what you said real quick, Mr. D. What you said about we don't know our history. I'm gonna go ahead and say this too. White Americans don't know their history either. They can't tell you, hey, listen, you have very select few that be like, hey, listen, my grandmother migrated here from Scotland, but they don't know their history either. So it's not just a black thing. I know because we've been conditioned to believe that. Okay, we've been taught these methods, and it's not true. They don't know their history either. That's why they're. So do you know that the number one people who do DNA tests? Do you know who they are?
Yeah, the Ashkenazis.
Thank you. White people. Number one DNA testers. Why? Because they don't know either. It's not just a black thing. It's a global thing. This is why the Torah was very specific in, hey, continue to teach them this. This is your record. So this is the thing. We stop teaching. So when you stop teaching, you start intermarrying, things happen, you forget the history. It's not just a black thing. But also, too, the question that was asked to me was, how do I know? So this is why I believe in the Bible. And it has nothing to do with me being chosen and all that type of stuff, because I used to believe that, but I don't anymore. It's simple. When I trace the actual history, I can see that on the west coast of Africa, where my ancestors came from, because my ancestors didn't come from Israel. They came from Africa. You got to go Africa first before you try to go to Israel. Ancestors came from Africa. Where we came from in Africa, they were Hebrews. It's in all the old books. I forgot the guy's name. He wrote about the Ebe people. He wrote about the Fulani people. The book's like $1,000 right now. You can't even get the book. But he was talking about how the Yoruba's language was tied to ancient Hebrew. How they had like similar words and things of that nature. So the thing, I have Maui's book called to Hebrews as well. What I'm saying is that you identify us by the culture. We are the only people who still keep the culture of Moses. That's how you know who we are. If you go back and you look on the west coast of Africa, ask Rabbi about his tribe, about his communities. Ask them. They're keeping the cultures. They keep the weddings. They keep the rituals. They still do the same sacrifices. You don't find that nowhere else in the world. You don't find it. So for me, what makes me believe we're Hebrews is because I can spot the culture, because that's what Moses and them left. They left the culture. So the people that left from the north left with the culture. This is why one of the Ashkenazi rabbis, they were pleading, trying to find the rabbis in West Africa, well, not rabbis, but the leaders in West Africa, because they were trying to find the cultures. They were trying to find a pre-exilic culture because they didn't have it. They know this. Even Sanhedrin 94b, they wrote about these tribes going into being exiled and going into Ethiopia and stuff like that. When you listen to Rabbi Nim's story, they tell you we came through Ethiopia, through Sudan, over here. Like the history matches, and there is so much wealth of history that is on these things. You don't even need Deuteronomy 28 to prove you're Hebrew. This is honestly weak sauce. It's one of the weakest ways to prove it. You prove it because the people are keeping it.
Rabbi.
Yes. Madam Felix, please go ahead.
Hi. As I'm listening, and you're talking about Deuteronomy and the curses and everything, it's a starting point for some.
It is.
And it is. And research is a process like anything else.
Yes.
I had no idea until I met you. I had no idea that the culture was still being maintained.
Correct.
Being maintained. Until people are exposed to certain things, there's no knowledge of it. And it's not like it's a plethora of resources until you begin to look.
Correct.
And until you start looking, then I would say it's upon a person to continue to dig and don't just go by the curses. I heard of the curses as well. And when I did hear them, I said, wow, sort of fits us. Yes. But I wasn't raised in a church, and I will continue to say, I was not raised in a church. So therefore, I didn't have that mentality where everything is centered around that. But when you see things that look similar, they look similar, regardless of where they're coming from. They are similar.
Correct.
Now it's up to that person to move forward. So yes, I did go to the west coast of Africa. Right, great. I did know some history about one of my great grandparents coming out of Portugal and went into Cuba and then came into the United States.
Yes.
And then the more that I began to hear and the more I began to dig, I was able to relate some of those things that were going on back then to what some of my ancestors did. But then just to sit and just, sort of make people who look at that as like, that's just the craziest thing I've ever heard of. I just don't think it's that crazy. People start somewhere. And maybe all of you all were talking about this. Maybe you automatically knew when you just knew you were Hebrew and you just knew all the information. That's great. But for those of us who it was a process, you go from step 1 and you go to step 2, you go to step 3. You may even have more steps.
Yes.
But there's a process of learning. There's a process of research.
Yes.
There's a process of evaluation.
Yes.
And that's the only thing I can say for people who are still digging on the curses. Yes, they should expand. They should dig. They should go further. Because you cannot, my life was not cursed. My growing up was definitely not cursed.
Correct.
But I do know, so my great ancestors, when I've heard their stories, they didn't have the best time there is. But I don't say it only happened to them. But I just wanted to say there's a process.
It's a process.
And I'm sure everybody on this phone has gone through some point of a process.
Correct.
Going from one step to another step to another step to just verify or to absorb that information.
Definitely. Thank you so much,
agree.
Madam
I
Felix.
think that was a great. I think Deuteronomy 28 was a great start, and
Yes.
then the digging begins to find out who we are.
Yes.
Like, how many times do we run in from someone from West Africa that sits down and says, "Hey, these are my traditions. This is what I do." But it's a process. Like she said, it was a great start. It was a great look in the mirror to find out an identity of who we are, not just in the U.S., but in Jamaica, and Canada, and Britain, and Portugal, to give a light. At least it's Deuteronomy 28 shined a light on who we are, to dig in further to find out what happened in the Inquisitions, where the Hebrews went there and shipped over to West Africa, and then the migration to West Africa. So this gives us a whole new light. I mean, in Deuteronomy 28 ends up, when you look at the Hebrew history, it kind of coincides with that. Every time they go against Most High's laws, they go into another captivity again. And then when they obey Yah's laws, they get out of captivity again. So it kind of works. If it was invoked in there as a trustee or a loyalty clause, it worked. I mean, it works when you coincide with the history of the Hebrews.
Correct. So let me.
Okay, go on.
No, Mr. Vincent, please come back in. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you to the last two speakers, because that's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Most people started with Deuteronomy 28.
Okay.
Most people started with the curses.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
I started with the curses, and I ended up here.
Correct.
In getting enlightened with more knowledge. You got to start somewhere, and I don't see just reading through the Bible and me thinking like West Coast of Africa. I can't think West Coast of Africa without slavery, without the transatlantic slave trade. I can't. All that led me up to the point that I am now. That's why I asked, like, well, how did you see? Because I just felt like you probably seen these curses first and was awoke like, okay, what's this Hebrew thing? I'm not saying it is you, but I'm saying that's what I see. You know, people like, oh, this Hebrew thing. And then when people delve deeper into it, like you're at a point now where we learn how to discern the text and all that stuff. But it started with hearing about what is these curses? What is this Hebrew thing? It all started with that for me and a lot of people that I see. So it wasn't just me reading. I couldn't just read the text. I could be like, yeah, Moses sounded like he was a man of color and da-da-da-da-da. But it wasn't until I heard these curses and like the brother said, man, it worked. And so I'm like, okay. And now I'm where I'm at now. So just like the lady said, it was a
the Hebrews are black. That's why.
Rabbi, this was an individual journey. I think we negated the fact that each one of us are on an individual journey.
Correct.
I'm old enough to be your mama.
Yes.
And I'm on a journey from my grandmother who couldn't read or write.
Yes.
And her grandmother who couldn't read or write. So it is that I got to where I was, the lack of knowledge or the miscarriage or the miseducation through long series of ancestors who were blocked from information, from intel. They could not get the information. So they couldn't give it to me because they couldn't have it. Yes. And they couldn't tell me about Africa because we didn't speak the same language. They didn't even know where they came from.
True.
So it is that each individual, especially us over here born in the U.S., I had 5 generations ahead of me that were barely literate. So it is that the information was juxtaposed against all kind of negative narratives. So it isn't any wonder that the Deuteronomy 28 story stuck, because that's all they knew. They knew the negative, they didn't know anything positive. So it is when they brought the story to me, they gave it to me from the negative terminology. And that makes sense to them. And it made so much sense to them. And so then I bought that story. And I've been wearing this story for 150 years. And it wasn't until I bumped into you all to Rabbi on YouTube that I could finally start a lyric search to my history. All this time I thought there's some crazy Hebrews. What's wrong with them? I didn't associate myself with them. I didn't know I was crazy. I called them crazy because I couldn't connect to them. Because all I had been told all my life was that they were Hebrews and that Hebrews was white and you couldn't possibly be one. But I wanted to say that because I don't care how passionate you are about your idea of how a thing happened. It didn't happen that way for each one of us.
Each one
of us came on a journey. Each one of us are individuals who came to where we are, and there's no one answer that's going to be the down pat answer for everybody. My answer is very different from Cynthia's, and Cynthia's very different from mine and the rabbis and all of the rest of us. We came on an individual journey, and all of us are here as a result of just sheer blessing.
Yes.
It's a blessing to be here today to understand and have Rabbi teach it to us. Because had it not been for him, none of us, or both of us, would not be where we are on our individual journey. And I appreciate him so much for carrying us along. He drove me along kicking and screaming. The first year I walked the entire way. But it wasn't until I had to learn some more. It's my lack of knowledge, my miseducation that had me stuck in the mire and wouldn't allow me to move forward or back. And so most of us, raised over here in the U.S., we're just stuck. We didn't know where to look. You could tell me where to look for myself at because I didn't know who myself was.
Correct.
So I couldn't even identify with anything. I just saw those white people's pictures in the Bible, and I said, them are the craziest white folks I ever saw. Not knowing that they were discolored, and that I was there.
Thank
Madam
you
Drew,
so much,
Rabbi.
Madam Drew.
Madam Drew, real quick,
Who has
you
it?
know how we know that this is how God is driving this and how we know that we're black? Read Leviticus chapter 5 when he says don't bring him any unseasoned food.
I saw that.
That's how you know. He said don't bring him any unseasoned food. So God could not be anything other than black because he seasoned everything. That was a good job.
Rabbi.
Mr. Marvin, go for it.
Shabbat shalom. My
Shabbat
question
shalom.
should be really quick.
Yes.
I just want to get some clarity. So from what I understand is that the South was writing about what had happened to the North, correct? Like the Assyrians came in and things of that nature, the blessings and the cursings.
No, it triggered, it influenced what they were.
Oh, so
yes, it influenced what they were writing, the blessings and the curses, because the northern, their brothers were taken away. So exile it's coming. What happens when
so it
you
was
take it
like
away?
it was just that it was impending, that it wasn't
impending, correct.
after the fact. I thought you
No,
had said like
some were impending.
the blessings that already came.
No. The curses.
The curses had already came.
Correct, because the people were exiled, and when you are exiled, I mean, the curses that you see in there, that is what typically would happen to a people that were exiled.
Okay, so now, if that's the case, then how, if they're writing it based on an impending exile, the reader, how should the reader identify with it? Like, say they're in the Southern Kingdom, how should their readers, or they didn't have many people, reading, so, but whoever their audience is, how should they identify with that, since it's really the impending exile that's happening to the North?
No. The exile to the north has already happened.
You said it already happened. 26.
Leviticus 26 does the same thing as Deuteronomy 28. So, and that's what I'm saying. So, if you don't go with Deuteronomy 28, you can go with Leviticus 26.
Correct. Leviticus have some curses, correct? Yes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how the audience is supposed to
No,
perceive.
so the audience can relate to what is being written because they've been in exile before. They've experienced people who have been in exile and what happens when you go into exile, when you are conquered by a superpower. So we may go into exile, but when you go into exile, still remain Hebrews. So you swear the loyalty to your legal corpus. And when there's any disloyalty, these are the curses, this is what is going to happen, this is what's going to happen. So the person reading it in their context, this is what they're going to, or this is how they're going to read it.
Rabbi?
And then...
Hey, Rabbi, you get a chance?
Yes, Mr. David, 1 second, now I take your YouTube questions. And then we'll look at when the book was brought together, what we call the Torah, the 5 books. Were there any influences of Deuteronomy on Leviticus? Different topic.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, the final editors, where they will look at the J source, we'll look at the E source, we'll look at the P source, we'll look at the D source. But that's a different topic. Different topic.
Yeah, Shabbat Shalom, Rabbi. You touching a lot of pillars with this one today, boy.
I'm sorry.
A lot of foundations was built on this. A lot of people, just like the sister was saying, a lot of people's introduction to who we were was built on this as being a calling card for us.
Correct. And Mr. David, I do...
Arrange it.
Yeah, I
It's going to be a
do.
little bit uncomfortable, but it has to be done if it's the truth, you know?
Correct, yes. And I do agree. I do, what has been said, that is the starting point, which is great. But I want to say this, even though that is the starting point, sometimes starting points are very critical. Because it started that way doesn't make it ideal or the right way to have started. And it needs to be changed ASAP. Why do I say that? We have birthed a people based on how this started, that when things go wrong, when things don't work, what do we blame?
The way it
Just the
started.
man of Most High.
Say it again, sorry?
We say we disobey the Most High. We're
Correct.
going off.
We're going off. Is that always the case? Maybe we are not. Maybe we need, what would you call it? Innovation. We need to rethink, like Madam Cynthia was saying. We need to go back to the drawing board. We need to do things differently. So what happens when the start, I totally agree, everybody starts somewhere, but when the start is not done right, when the start is not considered, it does affect the process. It does affect the mindset, which will in turn affect the community. That is why I go off and I say it's not realistic. Yes, that is where it starts from. Some people started from. But what I've seen is that it has caused more damage than good, based on
Okay,
my
so
experience.
let's just say there is no YouTube, there is no video conferencing, there is none of that now, and you're saying, okay, at starting, not a good starting point, but a better starting. What would be a better starting point? The point to say, hey,
Go
these are the
backwards.
children of Israel.
Go backwards to where you came from. Go backwards to your last point before you got to the United States, before you got to Puerto Rico, Portugal, before you got to Jamaica, before you got to St. Kitts, before you got to Guyana, before you got to Brazil. Where did you come from?
Right, and that's what we've always pointed to. We've never given that. We've never given that up.
Correct.
We all know that we come from that coast of Africa.
Correct. So
But
now
I'm
you go
saying,
there
okay,
first. That's where you go. That is my call. Go back there first, because we know history. We have to return. We all have to return. Myself, I have to return. Because I'm on the coast of Africa doesn't mean that I don't have to return. I have to return from the religious doctrines, the Christianity doctrines, back to our culture. Everyone is returning. But those in the diaspora, they have to return 2 levels back. So
even those in West Africa still have huge Christian beliefs there as well.
huge problem. Huge problem.
Huge Christian problem.
Majority
So
of
I
them
go back
don't
to West
know.
Africa and everybody, there's churches all over the place.
Yeah, majority of them don't know they're Hebrews. Whatever you've been told. Majority don't know it. Majority don't. 99.9% don't.
Yeah, try having a conversation with them. They be like, "Is that a sheep?" They be like, "Wait, is that a sheep?"
True. So there's a lot of work, but I would wish, I clearly understand Madam Phyllis, changed my perspective on it. I would wish it wouldn't stop.
Brother, if I may say one more thing regarding that question that NSJ asked about without any YouTube or anything, My introduction to this wasn't Deuteronomy 28. It's weird, but my first introduction to it was Passover. And from Passover, Yah began to speak to my spirit, and he kept calling me this. And I guess somewhat like Miss Drew, I would kick in and hollering and screaming, no, because Jews are white. That can't be me. You must be making a mistake. It was maybe 2 or 3, well, I don't know, somewhere down the line, my second or third exposure. Then the next one was I went to find out what you call the name of God. And I went to YouTube and this guy said something, and he used the word we, and I was like, we who? But I think what it was in my spirit. And I think if a lot of us would probably just check and just really meditate on it, somewhere along the line, it was in your spirit. Because I know that's where it came from within me. And he just kept calling me this. And it made no sense to me. But as soon as I saw Passover, there was something about Passover that just spoke. And it was like, that's it. You know, God is not lying. This is who I am. Not that he would lie to me, but that was pretty much what it was. But it was more of a spiritual connection that I made with my roots. Way before I made a connection through any YouTube video or that Deuteronomy 28. But when I did hear Deuteronomy 28, I was able to say, wow, it looks like something you went through.
Rabbi,
Mr. David, please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have two quick questions from YouTube.
Yes, sir.
The first one was the Ten Commandments. A copy of it is found in Deuteronomy 5. One is in Exodus 12. How do we reconcile this now? Are we saying that was taken from a previous source too, or how do we put this in context now?
No,
And
so let me answer the
ahead.
first one. So I don't usually I'm able to remember stuff. No, so you have two Ten Commandments, one in Exodus, one in Deuteronomy. They're not the same. Put them together, you see that they're not the same. There's differences in the one in the book of Deuteronomy. There's a way to explain it from a theological perspective, but if you compare them, they're not the same. If you should ask me, you can reconcile them. I can do that. I can do that all day, reconcile everything. But if you ask me which one should I take, I'll go with the Exodus one. Knowing the background, the historical setting of the book of Deuteronomy, the issues and how they were solving those issues, it makes sense. Like I said last week, if something is inspired to the ancient, it means that it's supposed to be updated, reformed, so that it will make sense in different situations. So that is what they are doing. I'm not bashing it. I'm not bashing them for that. But if I'm supposed to, you present me with both of them, and you ask me which one I'm going to take to the bank, knowing what the Deuteronomy one was trying to solve, I would go with the Exodus one.
Okay, yeah, you got to do a class with that shows the difference between the two.
Actually, I have. Okay, yes, I have it. I would, and how I would solve them for it to make sense to you without you knowing the historical background. Yes, I can do it all day.
The next question is on the same pillar that you just shifted today, Deuteronomy 28, verse 26 in particular. It says, it's written, the curse were a sign and a wonder upon thee and your descendants forever. How do you reconcile that?
How do I reconcile that it's not over this?
I would say that it's not, because being that we're looking at it from this perspective now, we're pretty much saying that anything, Deuteronomy 28 could apply to any nation that has been exiled. So, correct. Based on how 26 is written, I'm assuming the person that asked the question is saying, how is this not true? Look, it's on the sign, you know what I mean? It's a sign for us.
Correct.
Forever. So how is this not applying to us specifically?
Correct. Okay. So like association. Yes. I mean, you can say it applies to you. Maybe a Philistine somewhere would say applies to him too. Or maybe the Edomites would say this applies to us too. All I'm saying is, when you put it in their context, where it came from, this was the order of the day. What we are doing is we are looking back at the text and saying that, oh, we can identify with this because of the experiences that we've gone through. No, the book is our text, and it says that. Yes, it says that. What I'm doing is I'm showing you the origins of what the text is saying and where it came from. So it wasn't written in a vacuum. This is what happened to people when they were taken. It depends on who is doing the taking. If it's the Assyrians, they break things up. They disperse you. They don't make you settle together. If it's the Babylonians, they take you out, but they let you live together in the place. So, yes, the Hebrews can say this is us. Will the Phoenicians, with the
I think the
Egyptians, and
issue
other
is.
people
Oh, I'm
say the
sorry. Go
same?
ahead.
Yes, no, go ahead. I was saying that, is it that other people in their context at that time couldn't also say the same?
Mr. David, have you looked at the timeline in history? Like the Assyrian code is like 730, 720 AD, and the Deuteronomical book that they say Josiah found and they added on is like 670-ish AD. So the Assyrian code is 50, 60 years older than the actual compilation of the book of Deuteronomy. So, like, when you're looking at it from a historical perspective, the curses and stuff had already happened. If we look at chronological order, they had already happened. So they're adding it to the book because it's something that they had already experienced.
And
therefore, it could apply at any time too.
Correct. The Hittites had the same thing, the same blessings and curses. The Hittites had it.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so if we go back to the text,
It's a lesson for the Hebrews, for the Israelites. That's what they're doing. They're just putting it in our text, so for future reference, it's a history. Like the same thing like the Hittites and the Assyrians.
That's exactly what it is, NSJ. We don't, but the thing is this, and this is why Rabbi is so important. The text is not being taught this way. When you read through Deuteronomy as if it's like a regular book, like we're reading a Harry Potter book, understanding that ancient literature was not put together that way.
no.
So when you understand that, now you can get a better understanding. Okay, 12 through 26 was this. All right, 13 was phrased this way because of this. And then 1 and 4 was added this way as a pretext to this. And then 28, when you put it that way, you can better be able to understand the text. But the thing is, when we're taught to read it, we don't even understand how it's put together, how it's reading and everything, you know. Like Deuteronomy has Moses' death in here. If he's writing it, how's he writing about his own death? And Moses went up to the mountain. You see what I'm saying? Like, why would he put that? He would just put out, how could he even write that about his own death if he's already dead? So that's the thing, like, we don't put it into, it's not taught, let me put it that way, it's not taught in that context. So that's why Rabbi is important, because like you get to see it from a historical perspective, and when you put stuff in chronological order, Deuteronomy 28 makes sense now, because you see it was written after the code which they copied it from.
So it's because it's in our text doesn't mean that it originated from us. The reason why we usually think that is because we haven't read outside of our text. We haven't read about civilizations that predated us. So we have this mindset that, oh, see, it's in the Bible, thinking that the Bible is the oldest document there is. Not the case at all. So for example, when we talk about circumcision, we say, oh, circumcision is a Hebrew thing. Well, they were doing circumcision in Egypt before we got it in our text. Just that we did ours on the 8th day. Most of these things that you see Abraham do, Jacob, it's not done in a vacuum. It is something that other nations. So now we study the ancient Near East to see the parallels. Say this is where these people got it from. We, the Hebrew people, we were not that of a big deal in the ancient Near East. We were a little, David conquered Jerusalem. Jerusalem was a little shed somewhere. But it's painted so big. I didn't mean to break your heart, but maybe let me say this as well. Historically, the walls of Jericho were down before Joshua got there. This is a fact. I repeat that, you didn't hear it. The walls of Jericho were down before Joshua got there. Historical, archaeological fact. No one would tell you this. I will. I've studied it. I'm not concerned about religious claims. I want the real data. So I can make an informed choice, informed decision, how to look at the text. When he got there, the walls were down.
Yeah, I'd rather deal with the truth than somebody telling
Correct.
me they saw the Virgin Mary crying.
So it's hard for people to it's hard for people to accept this because the stories are painted, So now the question is, so why did they write it that way? Now you have to understand how they compose in the ancient Near East. Like I said, they're not telling history as it happened. They're taking things that have happened and then putting it into their narrative.
Brother Basil, can I just I think I just missed it, or maybe I heard it, but I've just had a moment of like, did you say that the walls of Jericho?
Yes.
What did you say about walls? What did you say about walls of Jericho, Brother Basil?
I said when Joshua got there, the walls were already down.
Oh man, Brother Basil. Man.
Was it because of an earthquake, Rabbi?
Correct. It was already in rubble.
So we got Brother Basil, we've got a couple of Shakespearean writers with Torah, haven't we? That were just writing stuff like just writing things like
Correct.
exactly, Toy. It's a bit real. I know. It's just like this whole thing is very wild. You know what, Brother Basil? Just tell the truth about everything now. Let's just get it all out in the open, and then we can move on. Like quickly, you know what? I don't like plaster to be fair. You take little by little because that's painful. Just rip it off and let's just get on with it. You know what I mean? And do this.
You see, it depends on what we're doing. If we're doing,
I told you, Rabbi. You started this, man. You gotta go all the way now, man. You can't be halfway now.
See, so
you gotta tell
correct.
everything.
It depends what game we're playing.
This is why it's tough, yo. Like and this is the thing. Like when I started reading the history and stuff like that, it broke my heart. So it feels like some things you can't tell people because you know how many church songs got the walls of Jericho coming down, and we marching around. I marched around the walls of Jericho when I was in church. Then come to find out later on, reading and studying, that there were even no walls. Like they were down. Like you come across this stuff and everything, you start reading and you see about like like I believe the creation story. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, and then I go read the epics of Amaah. I think it's Amaah, and you find out like 1,000 years before, they already had the creation story. Like we just literally took it and put our deity in the story.
Yes.
Like,
So Jason,
That's how
it's crazy, man. Like let me be quiet. So the question, you were walking around the church, like circling around the church.
I was walking around with
He was
every
stomping.
day, bro. Do you understand? Let me explain
He was
something.
stomping the yard.
I love my deity. Like I was with it, and I came from the hood. I was in the church with it, because I didn't grow up in the church. So when I started believing and coming into a better understanding, I was walking around the church. All these walls of Jericho could come down. You know what I mean? My mama gonna get hit. Yo, bro, I believe all this stuff. My mama gonna get healed. You know what I mean? The devil ain't gonna do none of this. Bro, my mom wound up dying. Broke my spirit. I'm like, what happened? But then I had a reality check. Reality hit me. What if what they're teaching you is not correct? This is what I know the Spirit of Yah said to me, because it made me. What if everything you're learning now is not right? So that sent me on my journey about 8 years ago. It sent me in a frenzy. Like I was looking everywhere and looking through everything. That sent me in a frenzy, man. And then one day I just happened to stumble upon Rabbi on YouTube, and I was like, yo, once I started getting the understanding, I'm like, yo, he is talking the stuff that I'm already thinking. It was like he was reading my mind. I'm like,
It's
yo,
like
I thought this already. Like,
It's like a reconfirmation.
yeah, it's like a reconfirmation. But the thing is, like, this is what me and my wife and I talk with my kids about too. They made us believe in fairy tales. Like I said about the Red Sea. Oh, God is part of the Red Sea. No, it was a pond. It was something small. It wasn't a Red Sea. The Torah says, "See the breeze." We know where it's at, or where they say that this thing existed at, and it's a small basin. But when you read it, it makes it seem astronomical, and that's the whole thing. Once I started putting, because God has to be real to me. Like I need to know what was parted. Okay, what they ate in the wilderness, this stuff has to become real. Like it can't be fake. Like I'm not believing that God's dropping stuff out of the sky no more. Like why, when He placed everything on the earth, you might as well just make something from what you already placed. You know, so it was a wake up call, man.
This begs the question, like, well, how set apart and different were we?
Yeah, so to call yourself chosen people, it's quite an interesting term. What sets us apart? I would say, is that we recorded things about us, or the need for change. Let me put it that way. We recorded the good, we recorded the bad. We did not paint our heroes in a certain light. We told the truth about them, even if they were myths. We said it. They messed up. We have a hero, Samson, and he was more interested in sleeping with the enemy than doing what Yah had called him to do. And the reason why he killed more Philistines and his death was because they took his eyes, not because he was concerned about the Hebrew people. So to write about a national hero like that was different. So the call to change, the call to do right. When you look at our history, it ends with us being told to go back and try again, chronologically. So that is what makes us, I think, stand apart. Chosen to be the light of the nation. Yes, we can see that. We frowned upon human sacrifices. The book of Deuteronomy, I'll give them some credit. When it came to slaves, they were more considerate. Because in the book of Deuteronomy, when you send out a slave, you give him or her stuff, so they can stand on their feet. You don't see that in the Exodus. So yes, we did things a bit different. We are holy to our Creator, to our deity. Let me rephrase that. We are holy to our Creator, the one who chose Abraham to take on this journey. But when you look outside, we are the same as our neighbors. No. We borrow things from them. They may have borrowed things from us. In that aspect, we are not unique. We are the new kids on the block. We are just a little tiny people somewhere. And what we've been able to do is to influence almost the whole world, I would say. We've been able to make a lot of noise. Maybe we are the right place at the right time. So our text is taken, our history is taken and studied. I think more than any other people from the ancient Near East. Maybe we'll go ahead. Not even Egypt. No, we're more studied than Egypt, I would say. So maybe that's what makes us unique. We won at the end of the day. But we were not that different. But yes, this is the reality of our text. This is, if you're doing theology, it doesn't matter, because you're not concerned about whether the walls of Jericho were standing or not. You're trying to get the message from what has been written, the form that you have it. That's how you're reading it. But when you run into some of these academians, you want these scholars, people who want to challenge your text. No, they're not looking at theology. You can't use faith. They're going to ask these difficult questions. And they're not difficult questions because that was the order of the day in the ancient Near East. We're not the only ones telling stories like this, taking things that already happened and incorporating them into our narrative. Everybody was doing it. Somebody conquers a little hole somewhere and writes big things about it. It boosts morale when people read it in your community. So that was the kind of things that were happening. Was there a conquest by Joshua as it's written in the text? I won't answer that. No. But these are questions. When you want historical data, historical fact, you want to start with Hezekiah. I won't even start with David. I'll start with Hezekiah. Because we do not know if David existed. We don't. I'll be honest with you.
Or Solomon.
Yes. You're safe when you start with Hezekiah.
Rabbi, is that because we have found Hezekiah scrolls and things of that nature? Like we found coins?
Yes, we have data, yes.
That dates to him. That's true too.
Yes, we have data. So was Jerusalem, the city that Solomon built, was it as marvelous as you read in the text? We don't have any records of it. We don't know how it looked. This is our text through the lens of scholarship, history, archaeology. This is what you have. Everything I've said should not change what you believe, your religious beliefs, because we're not doing that. That's not what we're doing. It should bring you some clarity. It should enhance what you believe. So you know that, okay, this is just belief. I believe that. That's how I'm reading the text. But when we come to historical, okay, can you prove this? A lot we cannot prove. And yes, we cannot prove it because no one had time to write about the Hebrews like that. We're not Assyria. We're not Babylon. We're not the Greeks and the Persians. We're not at all. So this is the picture that we have. Let me see if I can conclude somewhere. So when we come to our curses in the book of Deuteronomy, the curse motifs, themes of skin ailment, we see it in ESD. These are the sources. We see in the ESD. When it comes to loss of justice, we have it's there as well. Blindness is there. Consumption of corpses by animals is there, and most of these are the Babylonian deities, or the Assyrian deities. It's wives having sexual relations with an enemy. It is there. Not possessing a house. It is there. An enemy dividing goods. They are all clustered together, just as they appear in the book of Deuteronomy in that cluster. It appears the same way in the ESD in that cluster. These same motifs or themes, remarkably, are found together in Deuteronomy 28, verse 26, all the way to 31. So this is what you have. Sin, Shamish, Ninuta, Dilbat, who is going to be Venus. These are all deities of where we're getting the text from. And we see it corresponds clearly. So, what I'm trying to say is that when we read the curses in Deuteronomy 28, we should not read them in a vacuum. These are curses that are found elsewhere, texts that predate us. These are from people that we ran into, people that ruled over us. We have similar in the Hittites treaties, curses and blessings. It's there. Are we the only people who this would apply to? It would apply to majority of people who went into exile, because this is what happened to you. It's difficult, or it will be. I don't think the ancient Hebrews would identify as being Hebrews with these curses of Deuteronomy 28. The northern kingdom, I think because they were not around when this was done, they had been exiled, you will notice that they don't relate to, or they don't use these as the basis of their identity. I did not know about that Deuteronomy 28 and the trace of Hebrewism or a Hebrew identity. I wasn't aware of that at all till I think my first YouTube video. I think that was what triggered it. So it's part of what triggered it when I saw YouTube. When someone sent me a YouTube video, my colleague in school. But like Madame Phyllis just put it rightly, it's a starting point. I hope we are not using that today as a starting point for our kids. That to prove we are Hebrews, look at the curses. It's maybe we could handle it, but I think it's destructive to use that to show the next generation this is what proves we are the people. No, I doubt it. I doubt it that if Moshe is to come back looking for the people that he led out of Egypt, the curses or blessings will be his benchmark to locate them. I think he will be looking at the customs, he will be looking at the traditions, instructions that he gave to the Levites, instructions he gave about circumcision, keeping the Passover, marriage, etc. That's what he will go out looking for. He wouldn't go out looking for a cursed people, a people who were taken in ships. That would not be his benchmark. So it should not be our benchmark going forward. We have too much data to prove or to argue our point. Somebody would say we are not. That is their opinion. Like I said, not all black people are Hebrews. Some Egyptians are in there. There's nothing wrong with being an Egyptian. I mean, we live in a place where I don't know where this idea comes from that there's something wrong to be part of a different nation. There's nothing wrong at all. See? But it's good to be Egyptian. Egypt played its role on the world stage. Amazing, amazing role. It's okay to be an Edomite. They all played their role. It's good to be a Canaanite. Nothing wrong with that. It's good to be a Hebrew. So if someone doesn't identify as a Hebrew and you do, I don't see where there is a debate. Now you tell me what you identify with. I'm cool with it. No, we should not debate. No one debates for this. You cannot make all the people in West Africa Egyptian. No. Those there say they're not. Some of them say they are. Okay. So, Deuteronomy 28, I think, worked as I've been educated for some people. At a certain time, we should not use it going forward to say or to prove this is us. There are way solid ways to do that. We shouldn't use the negative, because we are not the only nation from the ancient Near East, from the time Deuteronomy is written, that went into exile. We are not. They would have faced the same thing. Also, I would say this. When we look at history, we should try to look at history not from our text. What happened in history happened. How our text narrates it is different. Our text may polish it a little bit. But history outside the text is extremely important. The ships did not come to the coast of West Africa because there were Hebrews there. That wasn't why they came. They didn't take slaves from the west coast of Africa because we forgot to keep Yah's laws. No, that wasn't why. Not at all. They came because they were looking for land. They came because people were on a quest. They got there. They happened to meet Hebrews. They were not fulfilling prophecy. Please. They did not know any prophecy. They may have justified what they did from the book, because our book said that someone was cursed. Ham. Was it Ham? Yes. I wish somebody had told them that it was myth. But that's for another day. I hope I've done my job. I hope I have given clarity to what you're looking at in Deuteronomy 28. I hope this is going to give you more ground to stand on. I hope it's going to help you maybe tweak certain things that you used as your foundation. Sometimes it's good to shake the foundation. And I hope this is how we teach the next generation about the text. Let us not water it down. Let us not teach them as Bible stories. Someone I was speaking with a close friend of mine over the week. Was it the week? Yeah, they were checking on me and to see whether I was okay. And a question came up in passing. They were asking, when is the correct age to start teaching your kids the Torah? And they were shocked at my reply. Well, they were not shocked. They kind of agreed. So when is the correct age to start teaching your kids about the Torah? And I said the Torah is PG-13. It's not for kids. The most dangerous stories told are the Bible stories. In those Bible stories for kids. Dangerous. Very dangerous. They don't tell the correct story. They don't tell the real story. Things are polished. But when you open the Bible and you start reading, right off the back, you will notice it's not for kids. People killing, wiping the slate clean. Somebody saying my wife is my sister. So it depends on how you want to teach it. If you want to teach it the right way, yeah, it's not for kids. But I hope I've been able to do this. If you're on YouTube, you may want to ask your teachers to go over what you've heard today. See what their take on it is. I think I've presented the data. I've presented what scholars debate about. The debate is not about where it came from. Clearly, everybody agrees it's not original to the Hebrews. It's gotten from somewhere. Maybe where it was gotten, when it was written, etc. They would argue on that. But this is the full picture. Next week, we'll talk about prophecy, prophets, because it falls in the same place in the book of Kings. Same era. What is prophecy? How did they get prophecy? And I think that should end our historical search to go back to the book of Exodus. And since we are doing the laws in Exodus, I am going to take on the task of juxtaposing Deuteronomy 5, where you have the second version of the Ten Commandments, and then with the one in Exodus, look at the differences and see how we can reconcile them, if we can reconcile them. So we either do that next week or the one on the prophets. But I would ask for maybe last questions, contributions before we close out today's class. Any last words? I hope I did not mess a lot of things up for you. But like I said, like Madame Ju said, now we are adults. we are adults in the studies, so we can tear down the text and put it together. And I think we do that so beautifully. When we take the narratives and we bring the perspectives on it, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I think we may take a break. Once again, I think we may take a break from the laws and then maybe do, oh, I remember something. And then maybe let's do that. After the next 2 sessions, Madam Drew is going to lead this session. Madam Drew, I'm going to put you in the spot. We're going to read the David and Bathsheba narrative. And then we're going to dissect it. Just as we did with the Levite and then the concubine of Geba.
Don't bother, Baz. I really like David.
David.
No,
We're going to look at it like, yeah, Mrs. Drew would lead that session. We're going to look at how would you look at it from all the different perspectives. Was Bathsheba in on it? We have to look at that. Was she in on it? What did she know? What did she not know? Was she happy that, hey, the king called me? All of that. to get a break from the laws, so that we can I mean, you guys do a beautiful job deciphering the text. And then we'll come back to the laws. But with that said, I'm going to start another series. I'm going to ask my wife permission for this, but I think she'll say yes. It's going to be on the Shabbat. It's going to start at 1 hour before our usual class. I am going to visit the land of Israel. I'm going to go with Yeshua on the mountain, and I'm going to listen to the most powerful sermon that has ever been given, what we call the Sermon on the Mount. And what we're going to do, did I say the most powerful sermon? Yes, I did. What we're going to do is not look at it in the Christian perspective. We're not going to look at it. We are not going to look at it from the non-messianic perspective. I hate those designations, but it is used here, so I'll use them. We're not going to look at it from the non-messianic perspective. We're not going to look at it from the messianic perspective, the groups, the sects that we have today. We are going to look at it from a Hebrew rabbi teaching somebody in his day. When he says, "Blessed are those who mourn," how will the person sitting there listening to him relate to what he's saying? That's the journey that we are going to go on. Those, I think, I would broadcast on YouTube. Maybe the first 4 of it. Going to look at the Lord's Prayer in that context as well. So it's going to be like a New Testament series, but it's not going to be from the perspective of any of these groups that we have today. Not the Christian perspective, not the Messianic perspective, not the non-Messianic perspective, not from the academic perspective, but from the perspective of a Hebrew teacher teaching somebody who is listening to him in his day and time. How will they relate to such words? And you see why I say it's the most powerful sermon that has ever been given. Blessed are those who mourn. What will they think about when they hear such words? So I have it all done. I just have to ask my wife when I'm sitting there. You can convince her. I'll tell her you call her. Go ahead, Madam Cynthia.
Yes, of course. I'm going to be calling you soon, yeah?
Yes, that is coming. That is coming. I'm hoping maybe we can start next week. I'm hoping, but I'll check with my boss.
Rabbi,
Madam Sonja.
don't forget Shadums.
Shadems. Okay. Okay.
Have you given the food now?
Okay, awesome. We'll not forget that as well. We'll not forget that. There's a lot to cover. It's good. We're going to cover them.
Excuse me, Rabbi.
Madam Phyllis.
How's the toothpaste business? Not toothpaste. Chewables. The chewables going.
Yes, it's doing well. It's doing quite well. She's had a reduction in sale, like I told her would happen. So now she has to do more marketing. So, yes, she's enjoying the process. I'm showing her, showing her the reality of how businesses work. So it goes up, and then now you have to start organically. You sell stuff, and then you have to start doing marketing and stuff. And we're looking into introducing the non-fluoride one. So, but
great.
yeah, she's going to have to do that from what she's making. It's not coming from my pocket. So yeah, she's learning. The customers want something, so you make it. Where does it come from? From what's coming in.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
So yes, it's getting there. You have some great feedbacks. We're going to make some changes as well in the next order. So, but awesome. Any other questions, contributions before we close here?
Rabbi, if I could say something.
Mother Madra, please go ahead. You're going to close for us. The floor is yours. Take your time.
Thank you. I always wondered how our narrative today compared to our narrative of the Torah, compared to the narrative of the Torah. Because everything that the people of the Torah went through was narrated in a way that made them victorious.
Yes.
That boosted morale.
Yes.
That taught a valuable lesson.
Yes.
Whenever I heard that we were the people who came on the ships, so that always made me feel like that narrative doesn't sound, if we were supposed to write that in the Torah, it doesn't have the same narrative as what the Torah uses. It's a completely different style.
True.
So I always wondered, how will we tell our story in order to make it Torah appropriate? And beginning by telling our children these stories, I found it difficult to reconcile how our story would ever become Torah appropriate. So this lesson really speaks to me on that topic. And I like the way you managed through weeks and weeks of teaching all the historical facts that were very difficult, managed to bring it around to this while still emphasizing that there was a reason why the Torah was written the way it was. So that at the end of the lesson, we as students are able to wholly and fully grasp the concept without losing anything along the way.
Yes.
because there's so many facets of it that our beyond this classroom, our minds and our spirits have to churn around within ourselves and come to terms with.
Yes.
And when we finally make it our own, when we finally have a victorious story to tell, then we will be parts of the narrative.
Beautiful.
Then we have become people of the book.
Yes.
When are we going to become people of the book? When we put ourselves through all these, where we can analyze a scenario in the Torah and understand all the facets, and then know how to pass it on to the next generation.
Yes.
And when our training is done and we pass on, all that training is not enough, because our Quran story will be told to our children with its multifaceted parts.
Yes.
So then we are hoping and praying that we're teaching ourselves to be people of the book.
Yes.
And we are helping by Yah's grace, we will pass that knowledge on to the next generation, not just our children.
Yes.
Because these stories were not written for nothing.
Correct.
I mean, sometimes when I even hear about the stories of the Jews, I wonder, so what's so wonderful about it? When I hear the story of our Hebrew people, I wonder where's the victory in it? But then there is a victory, because whatever you have gone through has a purpose.
Yes.
Purpose given by our Creator, Yah.
Yes.
That everything that we go through, nothing is bad, and everything is a victory.
Yes.
It still depends on how you write your story.
Yes.
So this lesson brings me to that and opens my mind, increases my capacity to be able to handle this huge, it's not a burden, no, but this huge knowledge. And that stretches my soul into places that I never thought I would be capable of going. And when you are able to be moved by Yah, to visit all these places in the past and carry it on to the future, then Yah's breath that he puts in us grows, it expands, it becomes bigger. The world doesn't dominate us, but the spirit of Yah, the breath that he puts in us, that is what dominates the clay that we were molded from. And I thank God for Yah, for this opportunity. And I thank God for Yah. I thank Yah for all of us who are seeking the breath, seeking to acknowledge the breath that Yah put in us, seeking to reach it, to find it, to understand it, and to live it. And I am grateful for that. And Yah, we're grateful to you. We're grateful to you for this opportunity. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Madam Ajua. In closing, I remember the last conversation I had with my teacher after studying with him. I had a similar question. I said, so how do we look at the text? What does this all mean? He said, what you have is a people who had to survive. They were insignificant. They came against huge empires. Their deity, speaking in the third person, said he's going to take them and make a name. They understood that in their context, because that is what made people submit to a certain deity. He says, I'm taking you not because you're great, but because you're little. And I'm going to showcase you to the world. It made no sense, because we're not that strong. We were insignificant. And then he said, but look, we met them all, and we outlived them all, because we learned how to survive, how to tell our stories so it would have impact, how our prophets spoke. Thou says, yeah, even if it wasn't Yah speaking. But they told a story. They show their mastery in writing the text, borrowing from where they can borrow from. So they survived. The odds were stuck against them. We met them all, we saw them all, and we're still here today. It made me change how I looked at the text, why they wrote them, how they wrote them, the conditions. And today, everyone studies it. It would take real skill to write such a masterpiece with its historical issues, but they were not writing history. This is instructions for life. Glean what you can glean from it. It's not a religious book. It is destiny. This should make you free. Totally, completely free. Since then, I didn't care where truth took me. I studied it all from all facets, as Madam Ajua said. And it strengthened my faith, my belief in the Hebrew destiny. And we're still showing it today. We're still here. And we would one day tell our stories looking back. I believe that. I do. Awesome. We thank God for good teachers. I think I had the best one. Sent at the right time. I think I still have the best teachers. The Kingdom of Kings scholars. You ask difficult questions. You share your learnings. You challenge. You disagree. You comment. That makes me better. And I
I really, really, really appreciate the growth that you've brought me to. We're all doing a great work, great job. Thank you for teaching me. I learned a lot from my colleagues. One wise man said, I learned a lot from my colleagues, but I learned much more from those that listened to me because they asked questions. May Yah bless us all. May He keep us. May He shine His face upon us, and may He give us peace. If you're on YouTube and you have questions, you can email me on my website. Just email me and I would answer. If I don't have answers, I would let you know I don't. Give me time to research it. I'll point you to someone that I think may be the expert in that, what you ask. But bear with me, a lot of emails come through. Okay, Torah scholars, thanks for your love for Torah. Next week we'll continue. We may do the 10 Commandments, the one in Deuteronomy, the one in Exodus. We may do the one on prophets. We may do the Bathsheba and David one. You will know by tomorrow which one we're going to do. And then I'll talk to my wife. If she gives me the go ahead and she says, okay, I think you can do that too, with everything on your table, on your plate. 8 a.m. we're going to go up the mountain with Yeshua and look at the Sermon on the Mount. Awesome. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy your Shabbat. Enjoy the rest of the week. I think after class I'm feeling better now. I like the Shabbat. So, prayer requests, send me an email, send me a text message, send me a WhatsApp. I think I can get back with my folks with our prayer requests and prayer topics. Alrighty. Shabbat Shalom, Israel. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, Rabbi.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat Shalom. Thank you. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat
Shabbat
Shalom.
shalom, Hebrew family.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. If you're on YouTube, I want to say thank you for taking the time to listen in. I really appreciate that. If you have any questions, just reach out to me. I may be able to answer them if I can answer them. But I'm going to broadcast next week's class as well. Maybe the next 3 sessions. But I would broadcast all the series on the New Testament. I'll broadcast them all on YouTube for everyone to join in. So, again, thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.